Before David wore a crown, before Jerusalem became the center of Israel's kingdom, and before his name became connected to warriors, psalms, covenant promises, and generations of kings, he was a young shepherd, standing almost completely outside the world of power. He had no throne. He commanded no army. He was not even the first son in his own household. And when the prophet Samuel came looking for Israel's future king, David was not initially standing among the sons presented before him. He was outside with the sheep. Yet from that overlooked place near Bethlehem would come one of the most influential figures in the entire biblical story. David would confront a giant when an army was afraid. He would serve a king who later tried to kill him. He would live as a fugitive before ruling as a monarch. He would unite tribes, capture Jerusalem, win wars, receive an extraordinary covenant promise, and establish a royal house that would shape Israel's expectations for centuries. But Scripture would also preserve his failures. The Bible does not allow David to remain only the heroic boy with the sling. The shepherd would become a warrior. The warrior would become a king. The king would become powerful enough to make decisions with devastating consequences. His household would experience betrayal, violence, rebellion, and grief. So how did a shepherd from Bethlehem become Israel's defining king? Why was he chosen while Saul still occupied the throne? And what did God see in David that others failed to see? To understand David, we must begin before anyone was calling his name in the streets of Israel. We must begin with Saul. Israel's first king had once represented hope. Before the monarchy, Israel had lived through the turbulent era of the Judges, a period repeatedly marked by rebellion, oppression, cries for deliverance, and temporary rescue. The tribes shared covenant identity, but they did not possess the kind of centralized monarchy found among many surrounding nations. Eventually, Israel's elders approached Samuel with a demand. They wanted a king. They wanted someone to judge them, lead them, and go out before them in battle. Their request carried a troubling implication. They were not merely asking for administrative organization, they wanted to become like the nations around them. Samuel warned them that kingship would come with a cost. A king could take sons for his army, daughters for his service, fields for his officials, and wealth for his purposes. But the people insisted. And Saul, son of Kish, from the tribe of Benjamin, emerged as Israel's first king. He looked like the kind of man a nation might expect to rule. The biblical account describes him as physically impressive, standing taller than the people around him. Early in his reign, Saul experienced genuine victories. He was not introduced as a cartoonish villain waiting to oppose David. His story began with opportunity, divine appointment, military success, and the possibility of faithful leadership. That is important. The tragedy of Saul is precisely that he had been given much, but kingship in Israel was never supposed to mean independence from God. The king was not above the covenant. Power did not excuse disobedience, and Saul repeatedly crossed that boundary. During conflict with the Philistines, Saul grew impatient when Samuel did not arrive as quickly as he expected. Facing military pressure and watching his forces begin to scatter, Saul offered the sacrifice himself rather than waiting as instructed. Samuel confronted him. The kingdom he warned would not continue through Saul's house, as Saul might have expected. Later came an even more serious act of disobedience connected with the campaign against Amalek. Saul was given a command, but instead of carrying it out fully, he preserved King Agag and spared valuable livestock. When Samuel confronted him again, Saul initially defended his actions. The animals, he argued, could be sacrificed to the Lord. But Samuel cut through the religious language and exposed the deeper issue. Obedience could not be replaced by a sacrifice Saul had never been instructed to preserve. Saul had rejected the word given to him. And now Samuel declared that the Lord had rejected Saul from continuing as king in the sense of establishing his dynasty according to Saul's ambitions. the tragedy was already unfolding. Saul still occupied the throne. He still possessed the palace. He still commanded Israel's forces. He still wore the visible symbols of kingship. But somewhere beyond the royal court, God was preparing another man. Samuel grieved over Saul. The collapse of the king was not treated casually. Saul had been someone Samuel had anointed, instructed, corrected, and watched rise into leadership. But grief could not become permanent paralysis. The Lord directed Samuel toward Bethlehem. There lived a man named Jesse. One of Jesse's sons would be anointed. This journey carried real danger. Samuel understood what Saul might think if he learned that the prophet was traveling to anoint another king while Saul was still alive. Saul's insecurity had already become dangerous, and the appearance of a rival could be interpreted as rebellion. So Samuel went to Bethlehem under instructions that included a sacrifice. His arrival disturbed the elders of the town. They came trembling and asked whether he had come in peace. Samuel assured them that he had. He consecrated Jesse and his sons and invited them to the sacrifice. Then the selection began. Jesse's sons came before Samuel. The first was Eliab, and Eliab looked promising. Samuel saw him and apparently thought that this must be the man standing before the Lord. It was an understandable reaction. Israel had already experienced a king whose physical appearance commanded attention. A tall, impressive figure looked like a king. But the lesson of Saul's reign was about to be reinforced. God rejected Eliab as the chosen one. The reason went deeper than appearance. Human beings naturally evaluate what stands before their eyes. Height, strength, charisma, age, reputation, and visible authority influence judgment. But God's evaluation was not limited to the surface. The famous principle spoken in this scene is central to David's entire story. Human beings look at outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. That statement does not mean David would be morally flawless. The rest of his life makes that impossible to claim. It means that divine selection was not operating according to the obvious hierarchy Samuel could see. Abinadab came forward, not him. Shammah came forward, not him. One after another, Jesse's sons passed before Samuel. None was chosen. 7 sons were presented. The answer remained no. Something was wrong. Samuel had been sent to Jesse. God had said that one of Jesse's sons was the one. Yet every son standing in front of the prophet had been rejected. Samuel turned to Jesse. Were these all his sons? Jesse's response reveals just how far outside expectation David stood at that moment. There was still the youngest, but he was keeping the sheep. In other words, when Samuel arrived for a sacred occasion involving Jesse's household, David had not even been summoned with the others. Perhaps no one believed there was a reason to call him. Perhaps his age made him seem irrelevant to whatever Samuel was doing. The text does not tell us exactly what Jesse thought. What it does show is that David was absent while every more obvious candidate stood before the prophet. Samuel refused to proceed without him. Send for him. They would not sit down until he arrived. Somewhere outside Bethlehem, David was doing the ordinary work assigned to him. Shepherding in the ancient world was not merely a peaceful image of green fields and harmless animals. A shepherd had to guide animals toward food and water, watch for straying members of the flock, protect them from predators, endure long periods outdoors, and take responsibility when danger came. Later, David himself would describe encounters with a lion and a bear while protecting his father's sheep. Long before armies followed him, David had learned responsibility where few people were watching. Long before he defended Israel, he defended animals entrusted to his care. Long before he faced a warrior carrying a sword and spear, He had faced danger with only the tools available to a shepherd. Then David entered the gathering. The biblical text gives a brief description of his appearance. He was young and visually striking enough to be noticed. But after everything Samuel had just learned, outward appearance could not be the decisive factor. Then came the command, "Rise, anoint him. This was the one." Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed David in the presence of his brothers. Oil ran over the head of a shepherd who did not yet possess a kingdom. No trumpet announced him to the nation. No army immediately transferred its loyalty. Saul did not step aside. David did not march into a palace and demand the throne. The anointing created a remarkable tension that would define years of his life. David had been chosen, but he had not yet been enthroned. The promise had begun, the fulfillment had not. And from that day, the text says, the Spirit of the Lord came powerfully upon David. At the same time, Saul's condition darkened. The biblical account describes the Spirit of the Lord departing from Saul and a troubling spirit tormenting him. These passages belong to the theological world of the narrative and have generated many discussions about precisely how Saul's suffering should be understood. What is unmistakable in the story is the contrast. David is moving toward divine empowerment. Saul is descending into instability. And yet the two men have not truly met. That changes in an unexpected way. Saul's servants suggested music. They believed a skilled player of the lyre might soothe the king when distress overwhelmed him. Saul agreed and instructed them to find someone who played well. One servant already knew of a son of Jesse, David. The description is striking because David's reputation had begun to extend beyond the fields around Bethlehem. The servant described him not merely as a musician, but as a courageous man, a warrior-like figure, someone who spoke well and had a notable presence. Most importantly, the servant said that the Lord was with him. Saul sent messengers to Jesse. The shepherd who had secretly been anointed to replace Saul was now summoned into Saul's own service. Jesse sent David to the king with provisions. David entered the royal court carrying none of the obvious signs of a rival claimant. He came as a servant, a musician, a young man whose skill could bring relief to a troubled king. Saul came to value him greatly. David became one of his armor-bearers. When Saul was distressed, David played the lyre and the king experienced relief. The irony is almost impossible to miss. Saul did not yet understand the full significance of the young man before him. The future king was already inside the palace. He was learning the atmosphere of royal power from close range. He could observe command military leadership, court relationships, political tension, and the emotional decline of the man whose throne he had been anointed to inherit. But David did not seize anything, not yet. His movement between shepherding and royal service would eventually place him at the intersection of two worlds, the obscurity of Bethlehem and the national crisis of Israel, and that crisis was growing. The Philistines had long been one of Israel's most persistent military enemies. They controlled important territory along the coastal plain and possessed organized military strength that repeatedly placed pressure on Israel. Now Philistine forces gathered for battle. Israel assembled in response. The two armies positioned themselves across from one another, separated by a valley. Then a man stepped out from the Philistine ranks. His name was Goliath. He came from Gath, one of the major Philistine cities. The biblical description is designed to make him intimidating. He was enormous by ordinary standards, though ancient textual traditions differ over the precise number given for his height. Whatever measurement one follows, the narrative's point is clear. Goliath appeared physically overwhelming. He wore heavy armor. Bronze covered his body. A massive spear was in his hand. Another soldier went before him carrying his shield. This was not merely a tall man shouting insults from a distance. Goliath represented the confidence of the Philistine military machine. He he issued a challenge built around single combat. Why should entire armies fight? Choose one man from Israel. Let him come down. If the Israelite defeated Goliath, the Philistines would serve Israel. If Goliath defeated the Israelite, Israel would serve the Philistines. It was a challenge of courage, honor, national identity, and military confidence. And no one moved. Saul heard the challenge. Israel's soldiers heard it. They were terrified. There was another painful irony here. Saul was the man who stood above his fellow Israelites in physical stature. If anyone fit the visible image of the champion Israel might send against Goliath, it was their king. But Saul did not step forward. Day after day Goliath returned, morning and evening. The challenge became a ritual of humiliation. For 40 days Israel listened. For 40 days fear remained unanswered. And while armies stood frozen in the valley of Elah, Jesse remained back in Bethlehem. 3 of his older sons had followed Saul to war. David, meanwhile, moved between serving Saul and tending Jesse's sheep. Then Jesse gave him a simple assignment. Take food to your brothers. Carry provisions. See how they are doing. Bring back news. There was nothing heroic about the task. David was not sent to fight a giant. He was sent to deliver supplies. Once again, the great turning point of his life began with ordinary obedience. David rose early, left the sheep with another keeper, took the provisions, and traveled toward the Israelite camp. As he approached, the army was moving into battle formation and shouting its war cry. For a moment, it may have looked like courage had returned. David left his supplies with the keeper of the baggage and ran toward the battle line to greet his brothers. Then Goliath stepped out. The same warrior, the same challenge, the same contempt. But this time, someone new heard him. David listened as Goliath defied the armies of Israel. Around him, soldiers retreated in fear. They spoke about the reward Saul had promised to whoever killed the Philistine. Wealth, marriage into the royal family, special favor for the victor's household. But David's reaction was not centered first on money or status. He was outraged by what Goliath represented. Who was this Philistine, David asked, that he should defy the armies of the living God? The question spread. Others heard David speaking. Eventually, word reached Saul. David was brought before the king. Imagine the contrast. Saul had years of military experience. Around him stood trained soldiers. Across the valley stood a heavily armored champion who had paralyzed an army for weeks. And before Saul now stood the young man who had once played music to calm his troubled mind. David told the king not to lose heart. He would go and fight the Philistine. Saul immediately recognized the obvious problem. David was young. Goliath had been a warrior from his youth. By normal military calculation, the proposal was unreasonable. But David explained that this was not the first time he had faced danger. While keeping his father's sheep, a lion or a bear had taken an animal from the flock. David went after the predator. He struck it. He rescued the sheep. When it turned on him, he fought it and killed it. The shepherd's field had been training ground. The obscure battles had prepared him for a public one. Yet David's confidence was not ultimately presented as confidence in his own technique. The God who had delivered him from the lion and the bear, David said would deliver him from the Philistine. Saul relented. Go, and may the Lord be with you. The king attempted to equip David with his own armor. A bronze helmet, a coat of armor, a sword. David tried to move in them. It did not work. He was not accustomed to them. So David removed the armor. He took his staff. He chose 5 smooth stones from the stream. He placed them in his shepherd's pouch. And with his sling in hand, he approached Goliath. No royal armor, no heavy spear, no shield bearer. A shepherd walked toward a champion. Goliath saw him coming, and despised what he saw. Was he a dog, he demanded, that David came against him with sticks? The Philistine cursed David by his gods. He threatened to give David's flesh to the birds and wild animals. David answered, Goliath came with sword, spear, and javelin. David came in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel's armies, whom Goliath had defied. This confrontation was no longer presented merely as a contest between a strong man and a weaker one. It was a confrontation over where Israel placed its confidence. Goliath trusted visible strength. Israel had been intimidated by visible strength. David refused to let visible strength define the outcome. Then Goliath moved forward. David did not retreat. He ran toward the battle line. His hand went into the pouch. A stone came out. The sling turned. The stone flew. It struck Goliath in the forehead. The giant fell face down onto the ground. For 40 days, Israel had watched him stand. Now they watched him fall. David had no sword of his own, so he ran to Goliath, took the Philistine's sword, and used it to finish the battle. When the Philistines saw that their champion was dead, they fled. Israel's fear transformed into pursuit. The men of Israel and Judah surged forward with a shout, chasing the Philistines away from the valley. One act of courage had changed the movement of an entire army. But the victory in the valley was only the beginning, because when David walked toward Goliath, he stepped into a battle. When he walked away, he stepped into national fame. People would begin singing his name. Soldiers would follow him. Jonathan, Saul's own son, would become deeply bound to him. And Saul the king, who had once welcomed David's music, would soon begin looking at the shepherd from Bethlehem very differently. David had defeated the giant everyone feared, but the next enemy would not stand across a valley wearing Philistine armor. He would sit on Israel's throne. The death of Goliath changed David's life in a single afternoon. Until that day, he had moved between two worlds. In one, he was the youngest son of Jesse, responsible for sheep in the hills around Bethlehem. In the other, he had entered Saul's court as a musician, useful because his skill could calm a troubled king. But after the valley of Elah, David could no longer remain anonymous. He had done what no soldier in Israel had been willing to do. He had faced the Philistine champion. He had won. And now the nation knew his name, yet victory did not simply move David closer to a throne. It placed him inside a web of friendship, loyalty, marriage, military power, public admiration, and royal jealousy that would soon make his life more dangerous than it had ever been before. The giant was dead. But David's real struggle with Saul was only beginning. After Goliath fell and the Philistine army fled, Saul began asking more questions about the young man who had just changed the course of the battle. The biblical account presents several overlapping moments involving Saul, Abner, and David's family identity. Whatever the precise sequence of David's earlier musical service and his growing military role, the narrative now brings David permanently into the center of Saul's world. The king wanted to know whose son he was. David identified himself simply as the son of Jesse of Bethlehem. That answer mattered. In the ancient world, identity was deeply connected to household, clan, and lineage. David was not yet presenting himself as a rival ruler, a prophet, or the founder of a new dynasty. He was Jesse's son, but Saul's household was about to become connected to him in ways no one could yet fully understand. One of the most important relationships in David's life began almost immediately. Jonathan, Saul's son, became deeply attached to David. Jonathan was not a weak prince hiding behind his father's authority. Earlier in Saul's reign, he had already demonstrated courage in battle. He had attacked a Philistine outpost and, on another occasion, entered an enemy position with only his armor-bearer, trusting that the Lord could save by many or by few. Jonathan understood courage. He understood faith under pressure. And when he saw David, he appears to have recognized something in him that others would increasingly recognize as well. The text describes Jonathan's soul as bound to David's. He loved David as himself. Jonathan made a covenant with him. Then he gave David his robe, his military garments, his sword, his bow, and his belt. The gesture was powerful. These were not ordinary gifts. Jonathan was the king's son. In the normal logic of monarchy, he was the most obvious person to imagine succeeding Saul. Yet the prince now placed royal and military symbols into David's hands. The text does not stop to explain everything Jonathan understood at that first moment. We should be careful not to place knowledge in his mind that the narrative has not yet revealed. But as their relationship develops, Jonathan will come to understand that David is destined for the throne. And rather than destroy David to preserve his own future, Jonathan will protect him. That choice will make their friendship one of the most extraordinary relationships in the story. For the moment, however, David's rise seemed almost entirely positive. Saul kept him close. David no longer simply returned to his father's household as before. The king began sending him on military assignments, and David succeeded. Again and again, the narrative emphasizes that he acted wisely and prospered in the responsibilities given to him. Saul placed him over fighting men. The arrangement pleased both the people and Saul's servants. This is important because David's rise was not built on a single spectacular victory. Goliath made him famous, but competence sustained that reputation. He was not merely a young man who had experienced one miraculous moment and then disappeared. He proved capable of leadership. Soldiers could follow him. Officials could respect him. The people could celebrate him. And that was precisely where the danger began. When David returned from battle, women came out from towns throughout Israel to meet King Saul. They celebrated with singing, dancing, and instruments. Victorious warriors were being welcomed home. But the words of the song created a wound in Saul's mind. Saul has struck down his thousands, and David his tens of thousands. The song may have been poetic celebration rather than a mathematical military report. But Saul did not hear it as harmless poetry. He heard comparison. Saul had thousands. David had tens of thousands. The king immediately focused on what David possessed that he himself did not: public affection, growing prestige, a reputation larger than his rank. Saul became angry. He reasoned that only one thing remained for David to gain: the kingdom. From that day forward, Saul watched David suspiciously. This is one of the great turning points of David's story. Nothing in the text says David had launched a campaign for the throne. He had not gathered supporters against Saul. He had not announced Samuel's secret anointing. He had not demanded political recognition. He was serving. He was fighting Israel's enemies. He was succeeding at the assignments the king gave him. But Saul's fear was no longer responding merely to David's actions. It was responding to what David might become. Jealousy often feeds on possibilities before they become realities. Saul began interpreting David's success as evidence of his own decline. And because Saul's kingship was already under divine judgment, every sign of David's rise became more threatening. The contrast between the two men deepened. David continued prospering. Saul became increasingly afraid. Then the tension became violent. On one occasion, as David played the lyre as he had done before, Saul held a spear in his hand. The king, who had once found relief in David's music, now looked at the same young man and saw a threat. Saul hurled the spear. His intention was not subtle. He wanted to pin David to the wall. David escaped. Twice. The relationship had crossed a line. This was no longer private suspicion. The king had attempted to kill the man serving in front of him. David survived, but Saul's fear increased. The text gives the reason in theological terms. The Lord was with David. Saul recognized that reality, and because Saul himself had lost what he once possessed, David's divine favor did not comfort him. It terrified him. Saul therefore removed David from his immediate presence and made him commander over 1,000 men. Perhaps Saul hoped distance would solve the problem. Perhaps military exposure would eventually accomplish what the spear had failed to do. But wherever David went, he behaved wisely, and the people loved him. This pattern would repeat again and again. Saul tried to reduce David. The attempt increased David's reputation. Saul exposed him to danger. David returned successful. Saul maneuvered politically. David's position became stronger. The king's fear was creating the very conditions he feared. Saul then turned to marriage as another tool. He had previously promised rewards to whoever defeated Goliath, including marriage into the royal family. Now Saul offered his older daughter Michal to David. But the offer carried a hidden strategy. Saul told David to continue fighting bravely in the Lord's battles. Internally, however, Saul thought that he would not need to kill David himself. The Philistines might do it for him. This was a dangerous form of manipulation. Saul wanted David dead, but he preferred that the enemy carry out the execution. David responded with humility. Who was he asked, that he should become the king's son-in-law? His family was not politically powerful. He did not present himself as entitled to royal marriage. Yet, when the time came for Michal to be given to David, she was instead married to another man. The narrative moves quickly over this humiliation, but politically, it was significant. David had been publicly raised toward royal connection and then denied it. Still, another relationship within Saul's household developed. Michal, Saul's daughter, loved David. When Saul heard of her affection, he was pleased, but not because he wanted David's happiness. He saw another opportunity. Michal could become a snare. Through her, Saul could bind David more tightly to the royal house, while still exposing him to mortal danger. Saul told David's servants to speak privately with him. The king liked him, they said. His officials loved him. He should become Saul's son-in-law. David again resisted the idea that royal marriage was something simple. Becoming the king's son-in-law was no small matter for a man of limited wealth and status. A normal bride price suitable for a king's daughter would have been beyond him. Saul's response revealed the trap. He did not want money. He wanted proof of victory over the Philistines. The demand was violent and dangerous, 100 Philistine foreskins. The purpose was clear. Saul expected David to die attempting to obtain them. But David accepted the challenge. And instead of returning with 100, he and his men killed 200 Philistines and presented the required proof. Once again, Saul's scheme had failed. Michal became David's wife. David was now not only a famous military leader, he was the king's son-in-law. And Saul saw two things that increased his fear. The Lord was with David, and Michal loved him. Saul's hostility hardened. The text says he became David's enemy continually. This sentence reveals how completely the relationship had changed. David had once entered the palace to relieve Saul. Now the king regarded him as an enemy. Yet David was still fighting Saul's enemies. The Philistine commanders continued going out to battle. Each time they did, David proved more successful than Saul's other officers. His name became highly esteemed. The young shepherd's rise was becoming impossible to contain. Saul now moved from secret strategies to explicit murder. He told Jonathan and his servants that David should be killed. This placed Jonathan in an agonizing position. His father was king. David was his closest friend. And the two loyalties could no longer exist without conflict. Jonathan chose to protect David. He warned him. Saul was seeking his death. Jonathan told David to hide while he went to speak with his father. Then Jonathan confronted Saul. His argument was straightforward. David had not sinned against Saul. David's actions had benefited the king. He had risked his life against the Philistine and brought great deliverance to Israel. Saul himself had seen it and rejoiced. Why then should Saul shed innocent blood by killing David without cause? For a moment, Jonathan's reasoning reached his father. Saul swore that David would not be put to death. Jonathan brought David back. David again served in Saul's presence. It might have looked as if the crisis had passed. But Saul's peace was temporary. War broke out again. David went into battle. Once again he struck the Philistines with great force. Once again they fled. And once again David's success placed him before Saul as living evidence of everything the king feared. Back in the royal setting, David played music. Saul again held a spear, and Saul again tried to pin him to the wall. David escaped. The spear struck the wall. This time David fled from the palace and returned to his home. Saul was finished pretending. He sent men to watch David's house and kill him in the morning. The danger was no longer occasional. David was under active royal surveillance. Michal understood what was happening. If David remained until morning, she warned him he would be killed. So she helped him escape through a window. The king's own daughter now protected the man her father wanted dead. Then Michal used a household image in the bed, arranging it to create the appearance that David was still there and ill. When Saul's messengers came, they were told David was sick. Saul ordered them to bring him in his bed so he could be killed. The deception was discovered. David was gone. Saul confronted Michal. Why had she deceived him and allowed his enemy to escape? Michal answered in a way that may have been intended to protect herself, claiming that David had threatened her. Whatever her motives in that statement, the essential fact remains. She had saved David's life. David fled to Samuel. The shepherd who had been secretly anointed years before now returned to the prophet who had poured oil over his head. He went to Ramah and told Samuel what Saul had done. Then David and Samuel stayed at Naioth. But even proximity to Samuel could not end Saul's pursuit. Messengers were sent to seize David. Instead, when they encountered a group of prophets with Samuel presiding over them, the Spirit of God came upon Saul's messengers, and they began prophesying. Saul sent another group. The same thing happened. He sent a third. Again, the mission failed. Finally, Saul went himself, and even Saul was overtaken by prophetic activity before reaching David. The scene contains deep irony. The king was using royal power to capture the man God had chosen, but every attempt was being frustrated. Saul could send soldiers. He could issue orders. He could throw spears. He could manipulate marriages. He could surround houses. But he could not simply erase David's calling. Still, David did not treat these miraculous interruptions as a guarantee that he could remain safely nearby. The danger remained real. He returned to Jonathan. And now David asked the question that had become impossible to avoid. What had he done? What was his guilt? Why was Saul trying to kill him? Jonathan initially struggled to believe that his father had made a final decision without telling him. Saul usually shared important matters with Jonathan. Surely the king would not hide this, but David understood the situation differently. Saul knew Jonathan loved him. That was precisely why Saul might conceal his intentions. David expressed how close he believed he was to death. There was only a step between him and the grave. The two friends devised a test. A new moon celebration was approaching, a time when David would normally be expected at the king's table. David would be absent. Jonathan would observe Saul's reaction. If Saul accepted the explanation peacefully, perhaps David could still return. If Saul became enraged, Jonathan would know that the king had fully determined to kill him. Before separating, David and Jonathan renewed their covenant. Their conversation now went beyond friendship in the present. Jonathan looked toward the future. He recognized that David's enemies would not prevail forever. He asked David to show covenant loyalty not only to him, but also to his household. The implication was becoming clearer. Jonathan, the crown prince, was beginning to speak as though David would one day be in the stronger position. He asked that David not cut off kindness from his family when the Lord removed David's enemies. In monarchies of the ancient world, a new dynasty might eliminate members of the previous royal house to prevent rival claims. Jonathan was asking David for something different: loyalty beyond political necessity, mercy beyond dynastic fear. David agreed. The friendship between the two men had now become a covenant that would outlive the political crisis around them. Then came the feast. David's seat at Saul's table was empty. On the first day, Saul said nothing. He assumed there might be some ceremonial reason for David's absence. On the second day, Saul asked Jonathan where Jesse's son was. The wording itself reflected distance. Saul did not simply ask for David. Jonathan gave the agreed explanation. David had requested permission to attend a family sacrifice in Bethlehem. Saul exploded. His anger turned on his own son. He insulted Jonathan and accused him of choosing David to his own shame and to the shame of his mother. Then Saul revealed the political fear beneath everything else. As long as David lived, Saul told Jonathan, Jonathan's own kingdom would never be secure. Therefore, Jonathan should send for David. He must die. Jonathan responded with the same moral question he had asked before. What had David done? Saul's answer was a spear. He hurled it at Jonathan. The king's jealousy had now become so consuming that the son he claimed to be protecting from David was himself endangered for defending David. Jonathan understood. His father was determined to kill his friend. He left the table furious and deeply grieved. The next morning, Jonathan went into the field according to the plan he and David had established. A young servant accompanied him. Jonathan fired arrows and used coded instructions to communicate whether David was safe. The signal said there was no safety at the palace. After the servant left, David emerged from hiding. The two friends faced one another. David bowed. Then they wept together. The text emphasizes that David wept deeply. This was not merely a military departure. David was losing the life he had known. He was leaving access to the royal court. He was leaving his wife behind. He was leaving Jonathan. He was leaving the structure of national service in which he had gained honor. And he was entering uncertainty. Jonathan told him to go in peace, remembering the covenant they had made before the Lord. Then they separated. Jonathan returned to the city. David left. From this point forward, David would not live primarily as Saul's celebrated commander. He would live as a fugitive. His first destination was Nob, where Ahimelech the priest served. David arrived alone, enough to make Ahimelech suspicious. Why was he by himself? Where were his men? David answered with a story. He claimed that the king had sent him on a secret mission. This was not true. David was fleeing Saul. His deception illustrates something the biblical narrative repeatedly refuses to hide. David could show extraordinary faith and still make fearful, complicated, even damaging decisions. He asked for food. There was no ordinary bread available, only consecrated bread that had been removed from before the Lord. Under the circumstances, Ahimelech gave it to David. Centuries later, Jesus would refer to this episode while confronting an overly rigid interpretation of Sabbath practice. But in David's immediate story, the encounter at Nob carried another danger. Someone else was present. Doeg the Edomite. He was one of Saul's servants. He saw David speaking with the priest. David also asked Ahimelech whether there was a spear or sword available. He had left in such haste that he had no weapon. There was one remarkable weapon there, the sword of Goliath. The same Philistine sword David had taken after defeating the giant had been preserved behind the ephod. David took it. "There is none like it," he said, and the irony was sharp. The weapon that once symbolized David's greatest public victory now went with him into exile. The hero of Israel was becoming a man without a home. David fled from Saul and went toward Gath. Gath, the city associated with Goliath. This decision shows how desperate his situation had become. David the man, celebrated for killing the Philistine champion, sought refuge among Philistines. But he could not hide his identity. The servants of Achish, king of Gath, recognized him. Was this not David? Was this not the man about whom they sang that Saul had killed thousands and David tens of thousands? The song that had made Saul jealous now made David dangerous in Philistine territory. David became deeply afraid. So he changed his behavior. He pretended to be insane. He scratched on doors. He let saliva run down his beard. Achish looked at him with contempt. Did he lack madmen that they had brought this man into his presence? David escaped. It was not the image of a triumphant national hero. It was humiliating survival. But David was alive, and from Gath he went to the cave of Adullam. There a new phase began. His family heard where he was and came to him. Then others began arriving, men in distress, men in debt, men bitter in spirit, the kinds of people who rarely appear in royal propaganda. They gathered around the fugitive, and David became their leader. About 400 men formed around him. This was not yet an army of a king. It was a community of the displaced. But among them David would learn another kind of leadership. He would have to manage wounded men, desperate men, armed men, men with little to lose. He would have to keep them alive without turning them into bandits who destroyed Israelite communities. He would have to make decisions under constant pressure. And as David's following grew, Saul's fear became even more dangerous. Saul was sitting beneath a tamarisk tree at Gibeah, spear in hand, surrounded by servants. That image captures the king's condition. The spear remained close. Suspicion dominated him. He accused his own men of conspiracy. Would Jesse's son give them fields and vineyards? Would David make them commanders? Why had no one told him about Jonathan's covenant with David? Why had no one revealed that his own son had encouraged David against him? Saul increasingly interpreted loyalty through fear. Then Doeg spoke. He had seen David at Nob. He had seen Ahimelech assist him. Now Saul summoned Ahimelech and the priests. The consequences of David's visit were about to become horrific. Saul accused the priest of conspiring with David. Ahimelech defended himself. Who among Saul's servants was as faithful as David, the king's son-in-law, captain, and honored member of the royal household? Ahimelech said he had not known of any conspiracy. He had helped a man he believed to be serving the king. Saul would not listen. He ordered Ahimelech and the priests to be killed. Saul's guards hesitated. Whatever their obedience to the king, they were unwilling to strike the priests of the Lord. Then Saul turned to Doeg. Doeg obeyed. The text reports a massacre of the priests. Then Nob itself suffered violence. Men, women, children, infants, livestock. The destruction spread through the priestly town. This was one of the darkest consequences of Saul's pursuit. The king, who had once failed to carry out divine judgment fully against Amalek, was now willing to unleash devastating violence against an Israelite priestly community because of his obsession with David. One son of Ahimelech escaped, Abiathar. He fled to David. When David learned what had happened, he immediately understood Doeg's role. He had seen Doeg at Nob. He realized that his own visit and deception had been part of the chain of events that exposed the priests to Saul. David did not pretend innocence from every consequence. He told Abiathar that he had been responsible for the death of his father's household. Then he offered protection. "Stay with me. The one seeking your life is seeking mine. With me, you will be safe." The fugitives' community had grown again. Now David was responsible not only for distressed warriors and his own family, but for the surviving priest of a slaughtered household. And soon another crisis would force David to make a decision that revealed just how complicated his position had become. The Philistines attacked Keilah and robbed the threshing floors. David heard about it. He could have said it was no longer his problem. Saul was king. Saul had the army. Saul was the one hunting David. Why should David risk his life defending Saul's territory? But David inquired of the Lord. The answer was to go and attack the Philistines and save Keilah. David's men were afraid. They were already insecure in Judah. How could they go directly against Philistine forces? David sought guidance again. Again, the answer was to go. So David and his men attacked the Philistines and saved the people of Keilah. It was a revealing moment. Saul was treating David as an enemy of the kingdom. David was still protecting the kingdom from its actual enemies, but Saul heard that David was in Keilah. Instead of celebrating the rescue of the city, Saul saw opportunity. A walled town could become a trap. He summoned forces to besiege David. David learned of the plan. Using priestly guidance through Abiathar, he asked whether Saul would come. Yes. Would the leaders of Keilah hand him over? Yes. The answer was painful. David had just saved them, but gratitude could not overcome fear of Saul. David and his men, now around 600, left Keilah. They returned to wilderness life. Saul searched for him day after day, but he did not capture him. During this period, Jonathan came to David in the wilderness. The meeting would be one of their last. Jonathan strengthened David's hand in God. "Do not be afraid," he told him. "Saul will not find you. You will be king over Israel. I will be next to you. Even my father knows this." Jonathan's understanding was now explicit. The prince knew David would become king, and rather than resist that future, he encouraged him toward it. The two renewed their covenant. Then Jonathan returned home. David remained in the wilderness. Soon, betrayal came again. Men from the region of Ziph went to Saul and revealed David's location. Saul blessed them for their loyalty and began organizing another pursuit. David moved deeper into the wilderness of Maon. Saul and his men closed in. The geography created a tense chase around a mountain. David and his men moved on one side. Saul's forces were on the other. Capture seemed near. Then a messenger arrived for Saul. The Philistines had raided the land. Saul had to break off the pursuit. David escaped. He moved to the strongholds of En-Gedi. But the conflict had not ended. After Saul returned from fighting the Philistines, he received new information about David. He chose 3,000 men from Israel and went after him. At one point, Saul entered a cave to relieve himself. He did not know that David and his men were hidden deep inside. The hunted man now watched the king who was hunting him step directly into his hiding place. David's men could barely believe what they were seeing. To them, the moment looked like providence. Here was Saul, alone, vulnerable, within reach. Perhaps this was the day everything would be resolved. David had been anointed. Saul was trying to kill him. Samuel had already declared judgment on Saul's dynasty. Would anyone have been surprised if David interpreted this moment as permission to take the throne? His men urged him toward action. David moved quietly toward Saul. His hand reached for the edge of the king's robe. He cut off a piece. Then he stopped. Even that act troubled his conscience. David restrained his men. he would not allow them to attack Saul. Why? Because Saul, despite everything he had done, was still the Lord's anointed king. David was not denying Saul's guilt. He was refusing to make murder the mechanism of his own rise. Saul left the cave. Then David followed at a distance. He called out, "My lord, the king!" Saul turned. David bowed. Then David held up the piece of robe. The evidence was undeniable. He had been close enough to kill Saul. He had not done it. Why then did Saul believe those who claimed David wanted to harm him? David appealed to the Lord as judge between them. He would not stretch out his hand against Saul. Then he made the difference between them unmistakable. Saul was pursuing David. David had just spared Saul. For a moment, the king broke. "Is this your voice, my son?" "David," Saul wept. He acknowledged that David was more righteous than he was. David had repaid good for evil. Saul even confessed what he had resisted for so long. He knew David would surely become king. He knew the kingdom of Israel would be established in David's hand. Then Saul asked for mercy. "Do not cut off my descendants after me. Do not destroy my name from my father's house." David swore an oath. Saul returned home. David did not go with him. That detail mattered. Words had changed. Tears had been shed. Saul had admitted David's future. But David had learned too much to assume that one emotional moment had transformed the king. He returned to the stronghold. The shepherd who had once been welcomed into the palace was now living among caves. The commander who had led Israel's soldiers was leading fugitives. The king's son-in-law could not safely enter the king's court. The anointed future ruler possessed no throne. Yet in the cave, David had passed a test more important than defeating Goliath. The giant had threatened his life from across a battlefield. Saul threatened his future from within Israel. David had been given an opportunity to seize that future by force, and he refused. But he would be tested again. Saul's promise would not hold forever. David's patience would come under increasing pressure. And before this wilderness period ended, he would stand over the sleeping king with a weapon within reach, forced once more to decide whether the throne should be taken by his own hand. David had spared Saul once. He had stood outside the cave at En-Gedi with a piece of the king's robe in his hand and proved that he could have killed the man who was hunting him. Saul had wept. He had admitted that David was more righteous. He had even acknowledged what he had resisted for so long. David would one day become king. For a moment, it seemed as though the conflict might finally be over. But David did not return to the palace. He did not trust Saul's emotions to become permanent policy. He returned to the wilderness. That choice proved wise. The danger had not passed. And David's years as a fugitive would now force him to confront more than Saul's hostility. He would have to learn how to lead angry men without becoming like the king who pursued him. He would have to decide when to fight and when to restrain himself. He would have to navigate alliances, marriages, political loyalties, hunger, betrayal, and his own rising anger. Most importantly, he would face the same question again and again. If God had promised him the throne, did that give him the right to seize it? The answer David gave in the wilderness would shape the kind of king he was becoming. Around this time, Samuel died. The biblical account records the event briefly, but its significance was enormous. All Israel gathered to mourn him. Samuel had stood at the intersection of two eras. He had served as prophet, judge, and national leader. He had anointed Saul. He had confronted Saul, and he had secretly anointed David. Now Samuel was gone. David could no longer return to the prophet who had first poured oil over his head. The man who had identified him as Israel's future king was dead before David ever wore a crown. Again, the promise seemed to stand without visible support. Saul remained alive. David remained hunted. And the prophet who had confirmed David's calling had been buried. David moved into the wilderness of Paran. There he encountered a wealthy man named Nabal. Nabal possessed large flocks and herds. His household was prosperous. His wife Abigail is described as intelligent and beautiful. Nabal, however, is described very differently. He was harsh, difficult, and his name itself became part of the story's irony because Nabal was associated with folly. David's men had been operating in the region where Nabal's shepherds worked. Rather than exploiting them, David's men had protected them. The shepherds themselves later testified that David's men had treated them well and had functioned almost like a protective wall around them. When shearing season arrived, a time normally associated with celebration and food, David sent messengers to Nabal. The request was respectful. David reminded Nabal, indirectly, of the protection his men had provided and asked him to give whatever provisions he considered appropriate. This was not presented as random robbery. David's men had contributed to the security of Nabal's property during a dangerous period. But Nabal responded with contempt. "Who is David, who is the son of Jesse?" His language was calculated to diminish. Rather than acknowledging David as Israel's famous warrior or former commander, he reduced him to Jesse's son and implied that he was merely another servant who had broken away from his master. Why should Nabal take bread, water, and meat intended for his own shearers and give them to men whose origin he did not know? The insult reached David, and this time David did not respond with the restraint he had shown toward Saul. He told his men to strap on their swords. David strapped on his own. About 400 men went with him, 200 remained with the supplies. The intended response was severe. David swore that by morning he would leave no male alive among Nabal's household. This is one of the moments that prevents David's wilderness years from becoming a simple heroic legend. The same man who had refused to kill Saul was now prepared to destroy an entire household because of a personal insult and refusal of hospitality. David had shown extraordinary self-control in the cave. Now that self-control was collapsing. The threat was not coming from an army. It was coming from his own anger. But someone else had learned what was happening. One of Nabal's servants went to Abigail. He explained that David had sent messengers with peaceful greetings and Nabal had insulted them. The servant also confirmed David's earlier behavior. David's men had not mistreated them. Nothing had gone missing. They had protected the shepherds day and night. The servant understood the danger. Something had to be done quickly. Abigail acted immediately. She prepared a large gift of food, bread, wine, prepared sheep grain, raisins, and figs. She loaded the provisions onto donkeys and sent them ahead. She did not initially tell Nabal. Then she rode out to meet David. The meeting happened before violence could begin. When Abigail saw David, she quickly dismounted, bowed before him, and took responsibility for approaching him. Her speech was bold, careful, and politically perceptive. She did not defend Nabal's behavior. She acknowledged his foolishness. But she urged David not to become guilty of bloodshed for the sake of personal vengeance. Abigail's words went beyond the immediate crisis. She spoke to David as a man whose future was larger than this insult. The Lord would establish David securely. He was fighting the battles of the Lord. His life was bound in God's care. And when the Lord eventually appointed him ruler over Israel, David should not have on his conscience the staggering burden of having shed blood unnecessarily or taken vengeance into his own hands. Abigail forced David to look beyond the emotion of the moment. The issue was no longer simply whether Nabal deserved punishment. The issue was what kind of memory David wanted to carry into kingship. Would the future king look back and remember that he had massacred a household because one wealthy man had humiliated him? Would the man who refused to murder Saul now murder servants who had never attacked him? David stopped. He recognized the wisdom in Abigail's intervention. He blessed the Lord for sending her. He blessed Abigail for her judgment. And he admitted that she had prevented him from blood guilt and from taking vengeance with his own hand. The crisis passed without massacre. Abigail returned home. Nabal was holding a feast like that of a king. He was drunk, so she told him nothing until morning. When he became sober, Abigail told him what had happened. The text says his heart failed him, and he became like stone. About 10 days later, Nabal died. David heard of his death, and again he interpreted the event through the theme that had been shaping his wilderness life. He had not needed to kill Nabal. He had been restrained from taking vengeance. Judgment had not required his sword. David then sent for Abigail and asked her to become his wife. She accepted. The marriage added another important relationship to David's growing household. But the narrative also reminds us that David's domestic life was becoming increasingly complex. He had also married Ahinoam of Jezreel. Meanwhile, Saul had given Michal, David's first wife, to another man. These marriages would have political and personal consequences later. David was becoming a leader with multiple households and alliances. His private world was expanding even as his public future remained uncertain. The wilderness years continued, and Saul's fear did not disappear. Once again, men from Ziph went to Saul and reported David's location. Once again, Saul mobilized. He took 3,000 chosen men and went down to pursue David. The pattern was repeating. David learned where Saul had camped. This time, David did something daring. He approached the camp at night. Saul was sleeping inside the encampment. His spear was stuck into the ground beside his head. Abner, commander of Saul's army, and the soldiers slept around him. David asked who would go down into the camp with him. Abishai volunteered. Abishai was David's nephew, a warrior who would later become one of the most formidable men in David's military circle. The two entered the camp. No alarm was raised. The soldiers slept. Saul lay before them. The king's spear, the same kind of weapon Saul had repeatedly hurled at David, stood within reach. Abishai immediately interpreted the scene. God had delivered David's enemy into his hand. He asked David for permission to strike Saul once with the spear. He would not need a second blow. This time David would not even have to kill Saul personally. Abishai would do it. The argument might have sounded persuasive. Saul had violated his own promises. He was hunting David again after admitting David's innocence. David had already spared him once. How many times was mercy required? And if God had opened the way into the camp without waking thousands of soldiers, why should this not be understood as divine permission? David rejected the conclusion. Do not destroy him. Who could strike the Lord's anointed and remain guiltless? David then expressed his confidence that Saul's life did not need to be taken by David. The Lord could strike him. His day could come naturally. He might die. He might fall in battle, but David would not stretch out his own hand against him. Instead, David took Saul's spear and water jar. Then he and Abishai left. No one saw. No one woke. The text attributes the deep sleep over the camp to the Lord. David climbed to a safe distance and called out. He began by mocking Abner. Was Abner not a great man? Why then had he failed to protect the king? Someone had entered the camp. The proof was missing beside Saul's head. Where were the king's spear and water jar? Saul recognized David's voice. Again, the pattern returned. Is that your voice, my son David? David answered respectfully but directly. Why was Saul pursuing him? What had David done? If some human accusation had caused the hostility, let the matter be examined. Why should David be driven away from his place among the people of Israel? Saul again confessed he had sinned. David should return. Saul said he would not harm him because his life had once again been precious in David's eyes. He admitted that he had behaved foolishly. David returned the spear, but once again he did not return to Saul. This second encounter made the contrast between them even stronger. David had now been given two extraordinary opportunities to kill Saul. In the cave, he had been within arm's reach. In the camp, Saul's own spear had been beside his head. Both times, David refused. He would not turn Samuel's anointing into an excuse for assassination. He would not make the promise of God a justification for taking control by any means available. But David was tired. His next decision reveals that trust and fear continued to exist side by side within him. David said in his heart that one day he would perish by Saul's hand. The best option, he concluded, was to escape into Philistine territory. If he crossed beyond Saul's reach, perhaps Saul would finally stop searching for him in Israel. This was a remarkable decision. David, the man who had become famous by killing Goliath, would again seek refuge among Goliath's people. But this time the situation was different. David did not arrive alone pretending madness. He arrived with 600 men. He went to Achish, king of Gath. The Philistine ruler now saw David not simply as an Israelite champion, but as a powerful, displaced commander whose conflict with Saul might be useful. David lived with Achish. His men brought their households. His wives Ahinoam and Abigail were with him. When Saul learned that David had fled to Gath, he stopped pursuing him. For the first time in a long period, David gained some relief from Saul's direct hunt. But safety came with new complications. David asked Achish not to keep him permanently in the royal city. Why should he live in the king's capital? Achish gave him Ziklag. From there, David and his men operated for an extended period. The biblical account says David conducted raids against groups in the southern regions. These passages are difficult and violent, reflecting the warfare and tribal conflict of the ancient setting. David also concealed the true targets of his raids from Achish. When Achish asked where David had attacked, David gave answers suggesting raids against territories connected with Judah and Israel's allies. Achish therefore came to believe that David had made himself hated among his own people. He assumed David would have no future in Israel and would therefore remain his servant indefinitely. David was playing a dangerous political game. To the Philistine king, he appeared to be permanently alienating himself from Israel, but in reality, David had not become a straightforward enemy of Judah. He was surviving between two worlds. This period should not be romanticized. The text describes warfare, deception, and killing. David's life in exile was morally and politically complicated. He was not sitting quietly in a cave waiting for the throne. He was leading armed men in a violent borderland while maintaining a deceptive relationship with the Philistine king. And then that relationship brought him to the edge of an impossible situation. The Philistines prepared for major war against Israel. Achish informed David that he and his men were expected to accompany the Philistine army. David's answer was ambiguous enough to satisfy Achish. The king was delighted. He even declared David his bodyguard for life. The irony was severe. Israel's future king was now positioned inside the military camp of Israel's enemies on the eve of a major war against Saul. What would David do if the Philistines ordered him to fight Israelites? Would he attack Saul? Would he fight Jonathan? Would he expose his deception and turn against the Philistines? The text does not require us to invent an answer, because the crisis was resolved before David had to reveal his hand. As the Philistine forces assembled, their commanders noticed David and his men. They were alarmed. Why were Hebrews present? Achish defended David. He had found no fault in him. David had been with him for a considerable period. But the Philistine commanders refused. David could not go into battle with them. What if he turned against them during the fight? What better way could he reconcile himself to Saul than by taking Philistine heads? And they remembered the song, "Saul has struck down his thousands, and David his tens of thousands." The same song followed David everywhere. In Israel it had provoked Saul. In Gath it had exposed him. Now it prevented him from marching into battle against his own people. Achish reluctantly sent David back. David protested in a manner consistent with the role he had been playing. What had he done? Why could he not fight the enemies of his lord the king? Achish repeated that he trusted him, but the Philistine commanders would not accept him. David and his men departed early. They returned toward Ziklag, and there they found disaster. While David had been away, Amalekite raiders had attacked the region. Ziklag had been burned. The women and children had been taken captive. David's wives, Ahinoam and Abigail, were among them. The scene was devastating. David and his men raised their voices and wept until they had no strength left to weep. These were hardened warriors, men who had survived caves, raids, pursuit, hunger, and battle. Now their families were gone. Their homes were burned. Their grief turned toward David. The men spoke of stoning him. Every man was bitter over his sons and daughters. Leadership can look powerful when victories are frequent. But this was the kind of moment that revealed what leadership meant when everyone blamed the leader. David was deeply distressed. Saul was still king. The Philistines were marching toward Israel. David's town was burned. His family had been captured, and his own men were talking about killing him. There was no Samuel to consult, no Jonathan beside him, no army of Israel behind him, no palace, no visible sign of the crown Samuel had promised. The narrative then gives one of the most important statements about David's inner life. David strengthened himself in the Lord his God. He called for Abiathar the priest and asked for the ephod. David inquired whether he should pursue the raiding party. The answer came, pursue them. He would overtake them. He would rescue the captives. David moved. 600 men began the pursuit, but exhaustion reduced the force. 200 were too tired to cross the Besor ravine. David continued with 400. On the way they found an Egyptian servant abandoned in the field. He had not eaten for days. David's men gave him food and water. When his strength returned, they questioned him. The man had been a servant of an Amalekite. He had been left behind after becoming ill. He revealed what the raiders had done and agreed to lead David to them if David promised not to kill him or return him to his master. The abandoned servant became the guide. David found the Amalekites spread across the land, eating, drinking, and celebrating the enormous amount of plunder they had taken. The attackers believed they were safe. They were not. David struck them. The battle continued through the night and into the following evening. Most of the raiding force was destroyed, though some escaped on camels. David recovered everything. Nothing was missing. Sons, daughters, property, his wives, all were rescued. David also captured additional livestock and goods. His men called it David's spoil. But the return journey immediately produced another test of leadership. When David came back to the 200 men who had been too exhausted to continue the pursuit, some of the more selfish members of David's fighting force objected to sharing the recovered goods. These men had not gone into battle. Let them have their wives and children back, they argued, but not a share of the spoil. David refused. The victory was not merely the achievement of those who had fought at the front. Those who remained with the supplies would share equally with those who went into battle. David established the principle as a practice in Israel. It revealed a leadership instinct very different from simple warrior glory. The vulnerable and exhausted would not automatically be discarded. Contribution was not measured only by who stood in the final fight. David then sent portions of the spoil to elders in Judah and to communities where he and his men had traveled. The gifts strengthened relationships across the region. This was kindness, gratitude, and politics at the same time. David was rebuilding connections with Judah. Without a crown, without publicly declaring himself king, the fugitive was developing the network from which his future rule would emerge. But while David was recovering his family and sending gifts through Judah, the larger war he had avoided was unfolding in the north. Philistine forces gathered against Israel. Saul saw the enemy army, and he was afraid, deeply afraid. He sought guidance from the Lord, but he received no answer through the means the text names. Dreams brought no response. The Urim brought no response. Prophets brought no response. The silence was terrible. The king, who had repeatedly rejected prophetic instruction, now desperately wanted a word. Samuel was dead, and Saul, in desperation, made a decision that contradicted his own earlier policies. He sought a medium. He asked his servants to find a woman who could consult the dead. They told him of a woman at Endor. Saul disguised himself. The king removed the visible signs of kingship and traveled at night. The scene carries a tragic reversal. David, the future king, was outside Israel because Saul had driven him away. Samuel the prophet was dead, and Saul, Israel's king, was moving through darkness in disguise to seek forbidden guidance from the dead. The woman at Endor initially feared a trap. Saul himself had removed mediums and spiritists from the land. Why should she risk death? Saul swore that she would not be punished. Then he asked her to bring up Samuel. What follows is one of the most mysterious scenes in the books of Samuel. The narrative presents the woman as suddenly terrified when Samuel appears. Whatever assumptions she had about her usual practice, this encounter frightened her. She realized the disguised visitor was Saul. Saul asked what she saw. She described an old man wrapped in a robe. Saul understood. Samuel's message brought no comfort. Why had Saul disturbed him? Saul explained his desperation. The Philistines were fighting him. God had turned away. There was no answer through prophets or dreams. He wanted Samuel to tell him what to do. But the message was not a new strategy. It was confirmation of what Samuel had already told him while alive. The kingdom had been torn from Saul and given to another, to David. Because Saul had not obeyed, judgment had come. Then came the final blow. Israel would fall before the Philistines. Saul and his sons would die. Saul collapsed. He had eaten nothing all day and night. The woman and his servants urged him to eat. Eventually he did. Then he left. He walked back toward a battle he now believed would end in death. At Mount Gilboa, the Philistines struck Israel. The Israelite forces fled. Many fell. And Saul's sons were killed. Among them was Jonathan, the prince who had defended David, the friend who had given him his robe and weapons, the man who had told him, "You will be king over Israel." Jonathan died before seeing that day. The battle closed around Saul. Archers found him. He was badly wounded. Saul ordered his armor-bearer to draw his sword and kill him before the Philistines could capture and abuse him. The armor-bearer was terrified and refused. So Saul fell on his own sword. When the armor-bearer saw that Saul was dead, he also fell on his sword. Israel's first monarchy ended on a battlefield. The The Philistines found the bodies the following day. They cut off Saul's head, they stripped his armor, they displayed the trophies in their temples, and they fastened Saul's body along with the bodies of his sons to the wall of Bethshan. But the story of Saul ended with an act of courage from people who remembered an earlier moment in his reign. The men of Jabesh-Gilead heard what had been done. Years before, Saul had rescued their city from the Ammonites in one of the great victories of his early kingship. They had not forgotten. Their valiant men traveled through the night. They recovered the bodies of Saul and his sons. They brought them back, burned them according to the circumstances, buried the bones, and fasted 7 days. Saul's reign had ended tragically, but Scripture did not erase the good he had once done. Even at the end, there were people who remembered the king who had rescued them. Far to the south, David did not yet know everything that had happened. He returned to Ziklag after defeating the Amalekites. Then a man arrived from Saul's camp. His clothes were torn. There was dust on his head. He fell before David. David asked where he had come from. The man answered that he had escaped from Israel's camp. David asked what had happened. The people had fled. Many were dead. Saul and Jonathan were dead. For David, the report carried 2 different losses in the same breath. Saul, the man who had pursued him for years. Jonathan, the man who had repeatedly saved him. The messenger then told a story about Saul's death. He claimed that he had found Saul leaning on his spear and that Saul had asked him to kill him. The man said he had done so, and had taken Saul's crown and armlet to bring them to David. His version does not match the earlier battle account exactly, where Saul dies by falling on his own sword. The text does not pause to reconcile the reports. The messenger may have been shaping his story in the hope that David would reward him for claiming responsibility for Saul's death. If so, he badly misunderstood David. He thought he was bringing a trophy. David heard a confession. The crown Saul had worn was finally within David's reach. But David did not celebrate. He tore his clothes. So did the men with him. They mourned, they wept, they fasted until evening for Saul, for Jonathan, for the people of the Lord, for the house of Israel. David then questioned the messenger. How had he not been afraid to destroy the Lord's anointed? The same principle that had restrained David twice now determined his response to the man who claimed to have killed Saul. David ordered that he be executed. Then David composed a lament. He did not use Saul's death as a moment for political propaganda. He did not list the spears Saul had thrown. He did not celebrate the end of his persecution. Instead, he mourned the fallen. How the mighty have fallen. He remembered Saul and Jonathan together. He remembered their strength. He told Israel's daughters to mourn Saul, who had clothed them richly through the victories of his reign. Then his words turned especially toward Jonathan. David's grief became personal. He called Jonathan his brother. He spoke of the extraordinary love between them. The friend who had once said he would stand beside David when David became king would never stand there. The wilderness years had ended. Saul was dead. Jonathan was dead. The throne was open, and the crown of Israel had literally been brought into David's hands. But the kingdom did not suddenly become his. Saul's death removed one obstacle and exposed another. Israel was not a single political body ready to transfer loyalty overnight. Saul still had a surviving house. He still had commanders. He still had tribal loyalties behind his dynasty. David had been anointed by Samuel years earlier. But divine calling and political enthronement were not the same moment. David would now have to move from fugitive leadership to public kingship. And the first step would not be Jerusalem, it would be Hebron. There, one part of Israel would crown him, another part would reject him, and the man who had spent years refusing to begin his reign with Saul's blood was about to inherit a kingdom already moving toward civil war. Saul was dead. Jonathan was dead. The Philistine victory at Mount Gilboa had shattered Israel's military leadership. For years, David had lived with a promise he could not yet possess. He had been anointed in Bethlehem, celebrated after Goliath driven into exile, protected in the wilderness, and twice given the opportunity to kill Saul. He had refused. Now Saul was gone, but the throne was still not simply David's. The kingdom Saul left behind was fractured, wounded, and politically divided. And David's next challenge would not be surviving a jealous king. It would be learning how to become king without destroying the people he was meant to rule. After mourning Saul and Jonathan, David did not immediately march toward the center of power. He inquired of the Lord, should he go up into one of the cities of Judah? The answer was yes. David asked where. Hebron. That answer mattered. Hebron was an ancient city in the hill country of Judah, connected with the patriarchal story and located within David's own tribal region. David went there with his men. His wives went with him. The households of his followers settled in the towns around Hebron. And then the men of Judah came. They anointed David king over the house of Judah. Years after Samuel had poured oil over David in Bethlehem, a second anointing took place. This one was public, political, regional. David was now a king, but only over Judah. The rest of Israel did not yet follow him. David's first recorded action as king revealed something about the tone he wanted to establish. He heard that the men of Jabesh Gilead had buried Saul. David sent messengers to them. He blessed them for showing loyalty to their Lord. He acknowledged Saul as their king, and he encouraged them to remain strong. Then David told them that Judah had anointed him king. The message was diplomatic. David did not condemn them for honoring Saul. He did not erase Saul's memory to strengthen his own claim. He praised loyalty. At the same time, he made them aware that a new political reality had begun. But another man was moving quickly to preserve Saul's house. Abner, son of Ner. Abner had been Saul's military commander. He was a powerful figure, experienced in war, and deeply connected to the old regime. After Saul's death, Abner took one of Saul's surviving sons, Ishbosheth, and made him king over much of Israel. The text associates Ishbosheth's rule with territories east and north of Judah and describes him as ruling Israel while David ruled Judah. The result was not one kingdom peacefully choosing between two candidates. It was a divided monarchy. David controlled Judah, Ishbosheth, backed by Abner, controlled the northern tribes, and beneath the political arrangement was a dangerous question. Was David willing to fight Israel in order to rule Israel? For a time, two kingdoms existed side by side, but the division did not remain peaceful. Abner and the servants of Ishbosheth went out from Mahanaim toward Gibeon. Joab, son of Zeruiah, went out with David's men. Joab was David's nephew. He would become one of the most important and most difficult figures in David's reign. He was courageous, capable, relentless, and often willing to do what David himself hesitated to do. At Gibeon, the two sides met by a pool. Abner's men sat on one side, Joab's men sat on the other. Then Abner proposed something that sounds almost controlled at first. Let young men rise and compete before them. 12 men were chosen from Benjamin and the house of Saul. 12 were chosen from David's servants. But the contest turned instantly deadly. Each man seized his opponent. Weapons struck. All 24 fell. The place received a name associated with the violence that happened there. And the limited contest exploded into open battle. David's men defeated Abner's forces. But during the pursuit, another relationship changed the direction of the conflict. Joab had 2 brothers, Abishai and Asahel. Asahel is described as exceptionally fast. He pursued Abner. Abner warned him, "Turn aside, choose another man, take someone else's weapons. Do not force me to kill you." But Asahel refused to stop. Abner warned him again. How could he face Joab if he killed Joab's brother? Asahel continued. Finally, Abner struck him. Asahel fell and died. The pursuit continued until Abner gathered men around him and appealed to Joab. Must the sword devour forever? Did Joab not realize that bitterness would remain after such a conflict? The words exposed the tragedy. These were Israelites killing Israelites. The longer the conflict continued, the more difficult reunification would become. Joab sounded the trumpet. The pursuit stopped. The two sides separated, but Asahel's death did not disappear. It became a personal blood debt between Joab and Abner. That unfinished conflict would return. Meanwhile, the war between the house of Saul and the house of David continued. The biblical summary is simple and decisive. The struggle lasted a long time. David grew stronger. The house of Saul grew weaker. But David's growing power came with increasing complexity inside his own family. Sons were born to him in Hebron: Amnon, Chileab, also called Daniel in Chronicles, Absalom, Adonijah, Shephatiah, Ithream. Their mothers came from different backgrounds. These births strengthened David's household, but they also created the structure for future rivalry. Several sons, several mothers, several possible claims, several family loyalties. The consequences were years away, but the seeds already existed. In the northern kingdom, Ishbosheth's position was far less secure than David's. The real power behind his throne was Abner. Then a dispute broke out between them. Ishbosheth accused Abner concerning Rizpah, one of Saul's concubines. In the political world of ancient monarchy, relations with a former king's concubines could carry implications far beyond private morality. Such an act might be interpreted as a claim to royal authority. Whether the accusation was true is not resolved clearly in the text. What matters politically is Abner's reaction. He was furious. After everything he had done for Saul's house, he felt insulted by Ishbosheth. Abner declared that he would transfer the kingdom from the house of Saul and establish David's throne over Israel. The man who had preserved Saul's dynasty was now preparing to abandon it. Ishbosheth was afraid of him. He could say nothing. Abner sent messengers to David. "Whose land is this? Make an agreement with me, and I will bring all Israel to you." David agreed to negotiate, but he required one thing: Michal. David demanded the return of Saul's daughter, the wife from whom he had been separated during his flight. This demand carried personal and political meaning. Michal had loved David. She had helped him escape. But Saul had later given her to another man, Paltiel. David now insisted that she be restored to him, as Saul's daughter Michal also represented another connection between David and the former royal house. Ishbosheth sent and took her from Paltiel. The scene is painful. Paltiel followed behind her, weeping as she was taken away. Eventually, Abner ordered him to return home. He did. The Bible does not pause to resolve the emotional cost. It simply records it. Again, the formation of David's kingdom was not made of clean political abstractions. Real households were being rearranged by royal power. Abner then began working among Israel's elders. He reminded them that they had wanted David as king. He also appealed to the idea that through David, the Lord would rescue Israel from the Philistines and other enemies. Abner spoke specifically to Benjamin, Saul's own tribe. Then he went to Hebron to tell David what Israel and Benjamin were prepared to do. David held a feast for him. Abner promised to gather all Israel so they could make a covenant with David and establish him as king over the nation. David sent him away in peace. A civil war that had divided Israel appeared close to ending through negotiation. But Joab had not been present. He returned from a raid and learned that Abner had visited David. He was outraged. Why had David allowed Abner to leave? Joab accused Abner of deception, claiming he had only come to spy. But beneath the political accusation was something more personal. Abner had killed Asahel. Joab had not forgotten. Without David's knowledge, Joab sent messengers after Abner. They brought him back. Then Joab took Abner aside near the gate of Hebron as though to speak privately. There, Joab struck him in the stomach. Abner died. The commander who had been negotiating Israel's reunification was murdered in a city associated with refuge. The killing threatened everything David had just gained. To the northern tribes, it could easily appear that David had invited Abner to Hebron under peace and then arranged his assassination. If they believed that reconciliation could collapse, David responded immediately. He publicly declared himself and his kingdom innocent of Abner's blood. He placed responsibility on Joab and his family. David ordered Joab and the people with him to mourn. They tore their clothes. They wore sackcloth. David himself followed Abner's bier. At the burial in Hebron, David wept. Then he lamented Abner. Should Abner die like a fool, his hands had not been bound, his feet had not been chained. He had fallen as someone falls before wicked men. The people wept again. Later they urged David to eat. He refused until sunset. The public saw his grief, and the text emphasizes that the people understood that David had not ordered Abner's murder. This mattered enormously. David's kingship was still fragile. He needed Israel to believe that he was not building the throne through secret assassination. His response to Saul's claimed killer had already established one principle. His mourning for Abner reinforced it. David wanted separation between his rise and the killing of political rivals. But his words after Abner's death also revealed a major weakness in his leadership. David admitted that, although he was anointed king, he felt weak in relation to the sons of Zeruiah, Joab, and Abishai. These men were difficult for him. He prayed that the Lord would repay the evildoer. But he did not immediately remove Joab from power. That tension would haunt his reign. Joab could achieve military results David needed, but Joab's methods could create political and moral problems David struggled to control. With Abner dead, Ishbosheth's government collapsed further. When Ishbosheth heard the news, his courage failed. Israel was alarmed. Two men who served as commanders under Ishbosheth, Baanah and Rechab, saw opportunity. They entered Ishbosheth's house during the heat of the day while he rested. They killed him. They cut off his head. Then they traveled through the night to David at Hebron. Like the Amalekite messenger who had brought Saul's crown, these men assumed David would reward those who removed his rival. They presented Ishbosheth's head. They framed the murder as divine vengeance for what Saul had done to David. But once again, David rejected that logic. He remembered the man who had claimed to bring news of Saul's death. That messenger thought David would reward him. David had executed him. How much more, David said, when wicked men had killed a righteous man in his own house, on his own bed, David ordered the murderers executed. Ishbosheth's head was buried in Abner's tomb at Hebron. The house of Saul had now lost its remaining king. Saul was dead. Jonathan was dead. Abner was dead. Ishbosheth was dead. But David had not personally killed any of them. That fact became part of the political and moral foundation of his rise. He had refused the shortcut. Now the elders of all Israel came to Hebron. Their argument was both relational and historical. We are your own flesh and blood. Even while Saul was king, they acknowledged David had been the one leading Israel in military campaigns. And the Lord had declared that David would shepherd Israel and become ruler over the people. The shepherd image returned. David had once guarded Jesse's flock outside Bethlehem. Now the tribes used the language of shepherding for national leadership. The elders made a covenant with David before the Lord. Then they anointed him king over Israel. This was David's third major anointing. First came Samuel in Bethlehem, then Judah at Hebron, now all Israel. The promise had finally reached public fulfillment. David was 30 years old when he began to reign according to the biblical account. He would reign 40 years, in total 7 years and 6 months over Judah from Hebron, then 33 years over all Israel and Judah from Jerusalem. But when all Israel recognized David, he still lacked something crucial: a capital suitable for a united kingdom. Hebron was important, but it lay deep inside Judah. If David wanted to rule northern and southern tribes together, a capital too closely identified with his own tribe could reinforce division. He needed a city that could serve a new political center. His attention turned toward Jerusalem. At that time, Jerusalem was associated with the Jebusites. Its fortified position made it difficult to capture. The city lay near the border zone between Judah and Benjamin. Strategically, this made it ideal. It could become David's city rather than simply Judah's city. But first, he had to take it. The Jebusites mocked the possibility. Their confidence was expressed in the taunt that even the blind and lame could keep David out. The meaning is clear, even if the precise details behind the saying are debated. They considered their defenses almost untouchable. David attacked. The biblical accounts preserve brief and somewhat compressed descriptions of the conquest, including reference to a water shaft or access route. The exact mechanics are debated, but the result is not. David captured the stronghold of Zion, and it became the city of David. The shepherd who had once moved between Bethlehem and Saul's court now possessed a capital. He began building around the fortress. Joab gained prominence in the conquest according to the chronicler's account and became commander. David continued to grow stronger. Then came an international sign that his kingship had entered a new phase. Hiram, king of Tyre, sent messengers. He provided cedar, carpenters and stoneworkers came. A palace was built for David. For a man who had lived in caves, hidden in wilderness strongholds, and depended on foreign refuge, the change was dramatic. David now had walls, a city, a palace, a united kingdom. And he understood his rise in theological terms. The Lord had established him as king over Israel and had exalted his kingdom for the sake of Israel. That last phrase matters. David's kingship was not presented merely as a personal reward for years of suffering. The kingdom existed for the people. Power was not supposed to terminate in David. It carried responsibility. But peace did not follow immediately. The Philistines heard that David had been anointed king over all Israel. They mobilized. The man they had once tolerated as a displaced warrior under Achish was now ruler of a united Israel. That changed everything politically. The Philistines went up to search for him. David heard and moved to the stronghold. The Philistine forces spread through the valley of Rephaim. David did what he had learned to do during the wilderness years. He inquired of the Lord. Should he attack? Would the Philistines be given into his hand? The answer was yes. David attacked and defeated them. He described the victory as God breaking through his enemies like waters breaking through. But the Philistines returned. Again they spread through the valley. David inquired again. This time the instruction was different. Do not attack directly. Circle around behind them. Approach near the balsam or mulberry-like trees described in the text. Wait for the signal. The point is easy to miss. David had won the previous battle, but yesterday's successful strategy was not automatically today's command. He still had to inquire. He followed the instruction. The Philistines were struck again. David's military position strengthened. His reputation spread. His kingdom was secure enough for him to begin thinking about something larger than military survival. Jerusalem was now his political capital. But David wanted it to become something more. He wanted the Ark of God there. The Ark of the Covenant carried immense significance in Israel's worship and national memory. It was associated with the covenant, the tabernacle, the wilderness journey, and the symbolic presence of God among his people. But for years, the Ark had remained outside the central political life of the monarchy. David intended to bring it toward his new capital. The move could unite political and religious symbolism in Jerusalem. But the first attempt ended in tragedy. David gathered thousands of chosen men. They went to bring the ark from the house of Abinadab. The ark was placed on a new cart. Uzzah and Ahio guided it. Music filled the procession. David and Israel celebrated with instruments. Then the oxen stumbled. Uzzah reached out and took hold of the ark. He died there. The celebration stopped. David became angry and then afraid. How could the ark of the Lord come to him? The event is difficult for modern readers, and the biblical texts must be allowed to establish their own theological context. The ark was not treated in Israel's law as an ordinary religious object that could be handled according to convenience. Instructions concerning sacred objects through transport and the responsibilities of the Levites belonged to Israel's covenant worship. The chronicler later emphasizes that proper procedures had not been followed in the first attempt. David did not bring the ark into Jerusalem that day. Instead, it was taken to the house of Obed-Edom. There it remained for 3 months, and the household was blessed. David heard of that blessing, so he prepared to bring the ark again. This time the movement was accompanied by greater care. The chronicler describes Levites carrying it as prescribed. Sacrifices were offered. David celebrated before the Lord with extraordinary energy. He wore a linen ephod. The king danced. Israel shouted. Trumpets sounded. The ark entered the city of David. For David, this was not merely a royal parade. The center of national rule and the center of covenant worship were being brought into closer relationship. But not everyone saw the celebration the same way. Michal watched from a window. She saw David leaping and dancing, and she despised him in her heart. The woman who had once risked her life to help David escape Saul now looked at the king with contempt. Later she confronted him. In her view, David had humiliated himself before servants and servant girls. David answered that his celebration had been before the Lord, who had chosen him over Saul's house. He was willing, he said, to make himself even less dignified in his own estimation. The exchange revealed how much had changed. David and Michal had once belonged to the dangerous romance of his rise. Now their relationship was fractured. The text closes the episode by saying that Michal had no child until the day of her death. The ark was in Jerusalem. David's city now carried both political and sacred significance. Then a different kind of desire formed in the king's mind. David was settled in his palace. He had rest from many surrounding enemies. He looked at his own house of cedar. Then he thought about the ark dwelling within tent curtains. The contrast troubled him. He spoke to Nathan the prophet. David wanted to build a house for God. At first, Nathan encouraged him. Do whatever is in your heart. The Lord is with you. But that night the word of the Lord came to Nathan. David's plan would not proceed as he expected. He wanted to build God a house. Instead, God announced that he would build David a house. Not a palace of cedar, a dynasty. David was reminded of where he had come from. God had taken him from the pasture, from following sheep. God had been with him wherever he went. His enemies had been cut off. His name would become great. Israel would receive a place of security. Then came the promise that would shape the rest of biblical kingship. When David's days were complete, his offspring would rise after him. His kingdom would be established. That son would build a house for God's name, and David's throne would be established in an enduring way. The immediate horizon clearly pointed toward David's dynasty, and especially toward the son who would build the temple, Solomon. But the promise also created expectations that reached beyond any one ordinary king. The relationship between God and David's royal line became foundational to later biblical hope. The Psalms would reflect on it. The prophets would return to it. Even after David's dynasty appeared politically ruined, expectation would remain that God's promise had not simply disappeared. And in the New Testament, Jesus would repeatedly be identified as Son of David. That connection should not be flattened into the idea that every detail of David's life directly predicted Jesus. It did not. David's failures would make that impossible. The connection runs primarily through covenant kingship lineage and expectation. David became the founder of the royal house through which biblical messianic hope would later be expressed. When Nathan delivered the promise, David went in and sat before the Lord. His response was not triumphal boasting. "Who am I?" That question carried the entire journey inside it. Who was David? The forgotten son in the field, the shepherd, the musician, the young man with a sling, the hunted son-in-law, the fugitive in caves, the leader of distressed men, the man who had once pretended madness in Gath, the king of Judah, and now the king of all Israel sitting in a palace in Jerusalem. How had his house come this far? David praised God. He recognized the greatness of the promise. He asked that the word spoken over his house be established. This was one of the highest moments of his reign. The kingdom was united. Jerusalem was secure. The Philistines had been driven back. The ark had entered the city. David had received a covenant promise concerning his dynasty, and military victories continued. He defeated surrounding enemies and expanded Israel's influence. Philistine power was reduced. Moab was subjected. David fought forces connected with Zobah and Aram. The biblical accounts described large victories and growing regional power. Garrisons were established. Tribute came to Jerusalem. David dedicated valuable materials to the Lord. The kingdom that had once trembled before Goliath was becoming a major force under the man who killed him. The text summarizes David's administration positively. He reigned over all Israel. He administered justice and righteousness for his people. Joab commanded the army. Jehoshaphat served as recorder. Priests and other officials filled key roles. The fugitive camp had become a government, but David did not forget everyone from his past. One day he asked whether anyone remained from Saul's house to whom he could show kindness for Jonathan's sake. This question directly fulfilled the covenant David and Jonathan had made years earlier. A servant from Saul's household named Ziba was brought before David. Yes, there was someone. Jonathan had a son. His name was Mephibosheth. He had been 5 years old when news of Saul and Jonathan's deaths came from Jezreel. His nurse had fled with him. In the haste, he had fallen. He became disabled in both feet. Now he lived away from the royal center. David summoned him. For Mephibosheth, the summons could have been terrifying. He belonged to the former dynasty. David was the reigning king. In many political cultures, surviving members of a rival royal family might fear execution. Mephibosheth came and bowed. David told him not to be afraid. He would show kindness for Jonathan's sake. David restored Saul's land to him. And more remarkably, Mephibosheth would eat continually at David's table. He would be treated like one of the king's sons. The covenant with Jonathan had survived Jonathan's death. David had become the stronger man, and he used that position, at least here, to show mercy. The image is powerful. At David's royal table sat a descendant of Saul, a son of Jonathan, a man whose disability was specifically noted by the text. He did not sit there because he could strengthen David militarily. He sat there because David remembered a promise. At this point, David's story could almost end like an uncomplicated triumph. The shepherd had become king. The fragmented tribes had become one kingdom. Jerusalem belonged to him. His enemies had been subdued. His covenant with Jonathan had been honored. The ark was in the capital. A dynasty had been promised. His government administered justice. His name was great. But the Bible does not end David's story at the point where royal propaganda would have ended it. It continues. And that decision is one reason David's story has such enduring power. Scripture does not hide what happened when the man who once possessed almost nothing gained almost everything. There had been a time when David could not sleep safely in his own house. Now he had a palace. There had been a time when Saul controlled whether David lived or died. Now David commanded armies. There had been a time when he depended on Abigail to stop him from taking revenge. Now few people had the authority to stop him at all. Power changed the environment around David, and the greatest test of his character would come not when he was weak, hunted, and desperate. It would come when he was secure. The next major war began with Ammon. The king of the Ammonites died, and his son Hanun succeeded him. David attempted to show kindness because Hanun's father had apparently shown kindness to him. He sent servants to express sympathy. But Hanun's advisors interpreted David's gesture as espionage. They humiliated David's messengers, shaving part of their beards and cutting their garments. The insult created conflict. Ammon hired Aramean forces. Joab led Israel's army. The fighting expanded. David later personally entered the campaign, and Israel won major victories. The Ammonite capital Rabbah came under siege. Then the biblical narrator introduces a sentence that quietly changes the direction of David's life. In the spring, at the time when kings go out to battle, David sent Joab. He sent his servants. He sent Israel. They attacked the Ammonites and besieged Rabbah. But David remained in Jerusalem. The text does not say that staying in Jerusalem was itself automatically sinful. Kings did not personally lead every military operation. But the narrative deliberately places David away from the battlefield as the next event begins. One evening, David rose from his bed. He walked on the roof of the palace. From there, he saw a woman bathing. She was very beautiful. David asked who she was. The answer should have created boundaries. She was Bathsheba, daughter of Eliam, wife of Uriah the Hittite. She was not an unidentified woman. She belonged within David's own social and military world. Uriah was one of David's fighting men, yet David sent messengers, and the king who had once refused to take a throne placed within his reach was about to take something that did not belong to him. The consequences would reach far beyond one evening. They would enter his marriage, his army, his conscience, his children, his kingdom, and the house that God had promised to establish would soon become the place where David experienced some of the deepest grief of his life. David stood on the roof of the palace in Jerusalem at a moment when his kingdom seemed secure. His armies were fighting far from the capital. His enemies had been weakened. His throne was established. His name was respected. His dynasty had received a covenant promise. And in the quiet of an evening in Jerusalem, the king saw a woman. Her name was Bathsheba. The text identifies her carefully. She was the daughter of Eliam. She was the wife of Uriah the Hittite. Those details matter because Bathsheba was not an anonymous woman outside David's world. She was connected to people within his own kingdom. Uriah was one of David's elite warriors, a man whose name appears among the list of David's mighty men. David knew or was told that she was married. Yet he sent messengers and took her. The biblical account is brief. It does not romanticize the event. It does not describe a love story. It does not place the initiative on Bathsheba. The narrative focuses responsibility on the king, who saw, asked, sent, and took. Power matters in this scene. David was not the hunted young man of the wilderness anymore. He was the king. He possessed authority over messengers, soldiers, households, and decisions. And when a king misuses power, the consequences extend far beyond private desire. Bathsheba later sent a message. She was pregnant. The problem David had created could no longer remain hidden. Uriah was away with the army. If Bathsheba gave birth while her husband remained at war, questions would follow. David needed a solution. At first, he tried concealment rather than confession. He sent word to Joab, "Send Uriah the Hittite to me." Uriah came to Jerusalem. David asked him about the war. How was Joab? How were the soldiers? How was the campaign progressing? The questions created the appearance of legitimate royal interest. Then David told Uriah to go home. The intention was obvious. If Uriah spent the night with Bathsheba, the pregnancy could later be assumed to be his. David even sent a gift after him. But Uriah did not go home. He slept at the entrance of the palace with the king's servants. David heard. Why had Uriah not gone to his house? Uriah's answer exposed the moral contrast between the soldier and the king. The ark, Israel and Judah were in temporary shelters. Joab and the army were camping in the open field. How could Uriah go home to eat, drink, and sleep with his wife, while his fellow soldiers remained at war? He swore he would not do it. The irony is painful. David, who had stayed in Jerusalem while the army fought, was trying to persuade one of his soldiers to enjoy the very comforts that Uriah refused out of loyalty to the army. The king tried again. He kept Uriah in Jerusalem another day. Then David invited him to eat and drink. David made him drunk. Yet even intoxicated Uriah did not go home to Bathsheba. He again slept among the servants. David's plan had failed. At this point, he could have confessed. He could have faced what he had done. He could have accepted humiliation. He could have dealt honestly with Uriah. Instead, he crossed another line. David wrote a message to Joab. Then he placed the message into Uriah's own hand. The soldier carried his death order back to the battlefield without knowing it. David instructed Joab to place Uriah at the front where the fighting was fiercest. Then the soldiers were to withdraw from him. Uriah would be struck down and die. Joab understood. He was familiar with hard decisions and bloodshed. He did not need a long explanation. During the siege of Rabbah, Joab placed Uriah where he knew strong enemy defenders would be. The fighting became fierce. Some of David's servants were killed. Uriah died among them. This detail matters. David's attempt to remove one man cost more than one life. Other soldiers died in the operations surrounding Uriah's death. Sin that begins privately often creates public casualties. Joab sent a messenger back to David with a report of the battle. He anticipated that David might be angry that Israel's forces had approached too close to the city wall. In ancient siege warfare, defenders on walls could inflict heavy losses on attackers below. Joab even referenced the story of Abimelech, who had died when a woman dropped a millstone from a tower. If David became angry over the tactical decision, the messenger was instructed to add one final fact. Your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also. The messenger arrived. He described the battle. Men had died. Then he gave the expected sentence. Uriah was dead. David responded with words that reveal how far he had gone in managing the consequences. He told the messenger to encourage Joab. The sword devours one as well as another. Press the attack. Strengthen the campaign. The words sounded like the language of war. But David knew that Uriah had not simply been one more casualty. He had arranged his death. After Bathsheba heard that her husband had died, she mourned him. When the period of mourning was over, David brought her into his house. She became his wife. She gave birth to a son. From the outside, the problem may have appeared solved. Uriah was gone. Bathsheba was now legally in David's household. The child could be raised within the king's family. The war continued. The throne remained secure. But the narrator adds one sentence that overturns every appearance of success. What David had done displeased the Lord. For months, David had controlled the human side of the crisis. He controlled messengers. He controlled military orders. He controlled access to the palace. He controlled the official sequence of marriage after Uriah's death. But he could not control divine judgment. Then Nathan came. The same prophet who had once brought David the promise of an enduring house now came with a very different message. He did not begin with an accusation. He told a story. There were two men in a city. One was rich, the other was poor. The rich man had many flocks and herds. The poor man had almost nothing except one little ewe lamb. He had bought it, raised it. It grew up with his children. It ate from his food. It drank from his cup. It lay in his arms. It was like a daughter to him. Then a traveler came to the rich man. The rich man did not want to take one of his own many animals to prepare a meal. Instead, he took the poor man's only lamb. David became furious. As king, he had heard cases. He understood injustice. He knew what abuse of power looked like when someone else committed it. He declared that the rich man deserved severe punishment and restitution. Then Nathan spoke the words that broke through every layer of David's defense. "You are the man." The story was not about someone else. David had pronounced judgment on himself. Nathan then reminded David of everything he had received. God had anointed him king. He had been delivered from Saul. He had been given the royal house. He had been given authority over Israel and Judah. And if that had been too little, the message implied that more could have been given. Why then had David despised the word of the Lord by doing evil? Nathan named both acts. David had struck down Uriah the Hittite with the sword. He had taken Uriah's wife. Though the Ammonites had physically carried out the killing, the prophetic judgment placed responsibility on David. The king had used another army's sword to accomplish his own purpose. He could not hide behind the mechanics of the battlefield. Then came the consequences. Violence would arise within David's own house. The king who had taken another man's wife secretly would experience public shame within his own family. The child born from the union would die. Nathan's words did not mean every future sinful action in David's household would be morally caused by God, or that individual perpetrators would lack responsibility. The narrative presents a pattern of judgment in which David's actions open a period of devastating disorder within his family. David did not argue. He did not blame Bathsheba. He did not blame Joab. He did not say that kings had privileges ordinary men lacked. He gave a short confession. "I have sinned against the Lord." Nathan responded that David's sin had been put away in the sense that David himself would not die for it. But forgiveness did not mean the removal of all consequences. The child became gravely ill. David pleaded with God. He fasted. He went into the house and lay on the ground through the night. The elders of his household tried to raise him. He refused. For 7 days he fasted and prayed. Then the child died. David's servants were afraid to tell him. If he had responded with such grief while the child was alive, what would happen when he learned of the death? David noticed them whispering. He understood. "Is the child dead?" They answered yes. Then David did something they did not expect. He rose from the ground. He washed. He changed his clothes. He went into the house of the Lord and worshipped. Then he returned home and ate. His servants were confused. Why had he fasted while the child lived, but risen and eaten once the child died? David explained, "While the child was alive, there was still reason to plead for mercy. Who knew whether God might be gracious? But now the child was dead. Fasting could not bring him back. I will go to him," David said, "but he will not return to me." The grief remained, but the pleading ended. David then comforted Bathsheba. Later she gave birth to another son. His name was Solomon. The text also gives him the name Jedediah through Nathan, meaning beloved of the Lord. Solomon would eventually become central to the continuation of David's dynasty, but the road from his birth to the throne would be anything but peaceful. Meanwhile, the war against Rabbah moved toward conclusion. Joab captured an important part of the city and sent for David. He told the king to gather the remaining forces and complete the conquest. Otherwise, Joab's own name might become associated with the victory. David came. The city fell. The royal crown was taken. Great spoil was carried away. The campaign that had formed the background to David's sin ended in military success. But the most important battle of this period was not in Rabbah. It was inside David's house, and there the damage was only beginning. David had many children by different wives. Among them was Amnon, his firstborn. Another was Absalom, son of Michal. Absalom had a sister named Tamar. The text describes Tamar as beautiful. Amnon became consumed with desire for her. This was not a legitimate romantic possibility. She was his half-sister. Yet Amnon became so obsessed that he made himself ill. A cousin named Jonadab noticed. Jonadab is described as very shrewd. Why was the king's son looking miserable every morning? Amnon confessed his desire. Jonadab designed a plan. Amnon should pretend to be sick. When David came to visit, Amnon should ask that Tamar be sent to prepare food in his presence. David did exactly what Jonadab's scheme required. He sent Tamar to Amnon's house. She prepared food. Then Amnon ordered everyone else out. He asked Tamar to bring the food into his bedroom. When she came near, he grabbed her. Tamar resisted. She pleaded with him, "Do not do this disgraceful thing. Such an act should not be done in Israel." She appealed to the consequences for both of them. She even urged him to speak to the king rather than commit violence, apparently trying any argument that might stop him. Amnon would not listen. He was stronger. He assaulted her. Then the emotion he had called love reversed instantly. His hatred became greater than the desire he had felt before. He ordered Tamar to leave. Again she protested. Sending her away after what he had done added further cruelty. Amnon called a servant and had her thrown out. The servant locked the door behind her. Tamar had been wearing the distinctive robe associated with virgin daughters of the king. She put ashes on her head. She tore the robe. She placed her hand on her head and went away crying aloud. Her brother Absalom saw her. He quickly understood that Amnon had been with her. Absalom brought Tamar into his own household, where she lived desolate. David heard what had happened. He became very angry, but the narrative does not describe David imposing meaningful judgment on Amnon. That silence becomes part of what follows. Why David failed to act decisively is not explained. Perhaps his affection for his firstborn complicated his judgment. Perhaps his own moral failure weakened his authority. Perhaps other political considerations were involved. The text does not tell us. What it does tell us is that Absalom hated Amnon. For 2 years, Absalom said nothing publicly to him, neither good nor bad. His silence was not forgiveness, it was preparation. Then Absalom held a sheep-shearing celebration. Like Nabal's feast years earlier, such an occasion could involve abundant food and celebration. Absalom invited the king and his sons. David declined to attend, perhaps unwilling to burden Absalom with the expense of hosting the entire royal household. Absalom pressed. If David would not come, then let Amnon attend. David questioned why Amnon needed to go, but Absalom persisted. Eventually, David allowed Amnon and the other royal sons to attend. Absalom had already instructed his servants, "Watch Amnon. When he is relaxed from wine, and I give the command, kill him. Do not be afraid." Absalom framed the order in the language of authority. Had he not commanded them, "Be courageous"? The feast began. Then Absalom gave the signal. Amnon was killed. The other sons of David fled. A report reached Jerusalem before the truth was clear. Absalom had killed all the king's sons. David tore his clothes and fell to the ground. His servants stood around him with torn garments. Then Jonadab, the same man whose advice had enabled Amnon's crime, corrected the report. Not all the king's sons were dead, only Amnon. Jonadab claimed this had been Absalom's intention from the day Amnon violated Tamar. Soon the king's sons arrived. They wept. David and his servants wept deeply. Amnon was dead. Tamar was desolate. Absalom was now a murderer. The royal family was breaking apart. Absalom fled. He went to Talmai, king of Geshur. Talmai was his maternal grandfather. There Absalom remained for 3 years. David mourned. The relationship between father and son entered a long, unresolved silence. Eventually, David's grief over Amnon began to settle. The text indicates that the king longed to go toward Absalom, but longing was not the same as resolution. David did not simply call him home. Joab noticed. And once again, Joab became the man who acted where David hesitated. He arranged for a wise woman from Tekoa to come before the king with a fabricated legal case. She presented herself as a widow with 2 sons. The sons had fought. One killed the other. Now the clan wanted to execute the surviving son. If that happened, she said, her remaining family line would disappear. David promised protection. The woman pressed until the king gave a stronger guarantee. Then she turned the story toward David. Why, she asked, was the king acting against the people of God by not bringing back his own banished son? David recognized Joab's hand behind the performance. He asked whether Joab had arranged it. The woman admitted it. David then told Joab to bring Absalom back. But even this restoration was incomplete. Absalom returned to Jerusalem, yet David refused to see him. He was to go to his own house. He would not appear before the king. For 2 years, Absalom lived in Jerusalem without seeing his father. He was home, but not restored. The unresolved wound deepened. The narrative pauses to describe Absalom's appearance. He was highly praised for his physical beauty. From head to foot, the text says, there was no blemish in him. His hair was especially notable. Physical appearance had been important earlier in David's story. Saul had looked impressive. Eliab had looked like the obvious candidate to Samuel. Now Absalom appeared every inch the prince. But the story had already taught the reader not to confuse appearance with character. Absalom grew frustrated with his isolation. He wanted Joab to intercede with David. He sent for Joab. Joab did not come. He sent again. Joab still refused. So Absalom ordered his servants to set Joab's field on fire. That got Joab's attention. Joab came angrily. Why had Absalom's servants burned his field? Absalom answered that he had wanted Joab to come. Why had he been brought back from Geshur if he was not allowed to see the king? It would have been better to remain in exile. Now he demanded an audience. If there was guilt in him deserving death, then let the king kill him. Joab went to David. David finally summoned Absalom. Absalom entered. He bowed with his face to the ground. David kissed him. On the surface, reconciliation had occurred. But no conversation of confession, justice, or genuine restoration is recorded. Tamar's suffering remained. Amnon remained dead. Absalom's murder had not been publicly resolved. David's years of silence had not been explained. A kiss closed the scene. It did not heal the family. And Absalom was already looking towards something larger than reconciliation with his father. He began acquiring symbols of royal status: a chariot, horses, 50 men running before him. Then he positioned himself near the city gate. The gate was where legal disputes and public business could be heard. Absalom would rise early. When people came seeking judgment from the king, he stopped them. "What city are you from? What tribe? What case do you have?" Then Absalom told them what they wanted to hear. "Your claims are good. Your case is right, but there is no representative of the king available to hear you." Then came the political message. "If only I were appointed judge in the land, then anyone with a dispute could come to me. I would give justice." When someone approached to bow before him, Absalom reached out, embraced him, and kissed him. He cultivated intimacy, accessibility, recognition. He made people feel seen. And the text summarizes the strategy with a devastating phrase: Absalom stole the hearts of the people of Israel. David had spent years gaining Israel's loyalty through battle, suffering, patience, and service. Absalom was gaining loyalty through carefully managed dissatisfaction. The king in the palace seemed distant. The prince at the gate seemed available. Every unresolved weakness in David's administration became material for Absalom's campaign. And because the rebellion grew through relationships rather than open warfare, David did not stop it in its early stages. Eventually, Absalom asked permission to go to Hebron. He claimed he needed to fulfill a vow he had made while living in Geshur. If the Lord had brought him back to Jerusalem, he had promised he would worship there. David told him to go in peace. Those words carry painful irony. Hebron was where David's own public kingship had begun. Now Absalom would use the same city to begin his rebellion. He secretly sent messengers throughout the tribes. When they heard the sound of the trumpet, they were to declare, "Absalom is king in Hebron." 200 men went with Absalom from Jerusalem. They did not know the conspiracy. Their presence gave the gathering legitimacy. Then Absalom called Ahithophel. This was serious. Ahithophel was one of David's counselors. His advice carried enormous weight. Now he joined David's son. The conspiracy strengthened. Support for Absalom increased. Then a messenger came to David. "The hearts of the men of Israel are with Absalom." The king understood the danger immediately. He did not assume Jerusalem could easily resist. He ordered his servants to flee. If they remained, Absalom could arrive quickly, trap them, and strike the city. David the king, who had captured Jerusalem, prepared to abandon it. The city he had made his capital, the palace built for him, the place where the ark had been brought, the center of the kingdom. He would leave it behind. Once before, David had fled from Saul. He had escaped through windows, hidden in caves, crossed wilderness, lived among foreigners. Now, decades later, he was running again. But this time the man pursuing him was not a jealous king. It was his own son. David's household moved out. His servants followed. His warriors remained loyal. Foreign troops who had attached themselves to David, including men under Ittai the Gittite, went with him. David tried to release Ittai. Why should a foreigner share the uncertainty of an exiled king? Return, stay with the new king. But Ittai refused. Where David lived or died, he would remain. As the procession moved away from Jerusalem, the people wept. The king crossed the Kidron Valley. Then he began ascending the Mount of Olives. David went barefoot. His head was covered. He wept as he climbed. The people with him covered their heads and wept too. The victorious warrior who had once entered Jerusalem with celebration was now leaving it in humiliation. Then another report reached him. Ahithophel was among the conspirators. David prayed that Ahithophel's counsel would be turned into foolishness. At the summit, another counselor named Hushai met him with torn clothing and dust on his head. David realized Hushai could serve him better inside Jerusalem than in exile. Go back, pretend loyalty to Absalom, counter Ahithophel's advice. The priests Zadok and Abiathar also came with the ark. David told them to return it to Jerusalem. This decision revealed something important. David would not use the ark as a political talisman. He would not carry it into exile as though possessing the sacred object guaranteed victory. If he found favor with God, David said he would return and see it again. If not, he was prepared to accept what came. The ark went back. David continued into exile. Along the road, the crises kept coming. Ziba, servant of Mephibosheth, met David with supplies. David asked where Mephibosheth was. Ziba claimed that Jonathan's son had remained in Jerusalem, expecting Saul's dynasty to be restored. David immediately granted Mephibosheth's property to Ziba. Later, David would hear another version of the story from Mephibosheth himself, raising questions about whether Ziba had manipulated the king during a moment of crisis. But David was making rapid decisions while fleeing. Then another man appeared, Shimei. He was from Saul's extended clan. As David passed, Shimei cursed him. He threw stones. He accused David of being a man of blood. In Shimei's interpretation, David's collapse was divine repayment for the fall of Saul's house. Abishai had heard enough. "Why should this dead dog curse the king? Let me cross over and cut off his head." It was the kind of solution Abishai had offered years earlier when Saul slept beside his spear. David refused again. His response was shaped by his present humiliation. His own son was trying to kill him. Why should he be surprised that a Benjaminite cursed him? Perhaps David said the Lord had permitted this. Perhaps God would see his affliction and repay him with good. Shimei continued cursing and throwing stones as David traveled. The king did not retaliate. In Jerusalem, Absalom entered the city. Hushai appeared before him and declared loyalty to the king. Absalom questioned him. Was this how he treated his friend David? Hushai answered carefully. He would belong to the one chosen by the Lord and the people. Then Ahithophel gave counsel. His first recommendation concerned David's concubines who had remained to care for the palace. Absalom publicly took them in a manner that made his break with David irreversible. It was a political declaration. He was claiming royal authority in the most public possible way. Nathan's warning after the Bathsheba episode echoed through the event. What David had done in secrecy had now become connected to public humiliation within his own household. Then Ahithophel proposed the military plan that could have ended David's life immediately. Give him 12,000 men. Pursue David tonight. Strike while he is exhausted and discouraged. Create panic. Kill the king alone. Bring everyone else back. Strategically, it was excellent advice. David had just fled. His forces were tired. His political position was unstable. A rapid strike could destroy the rebellion's main target before David reorganized. Absalom and Israel's elders initially liked the plan, but Hushai was called. He argued against it. David and his men, Hushai warned, were experienced fighters. They were enraged, like a bear robbed of her cubs. David was too skilled to be sleeping openly among the people. If Absalom's first attack failed, rumors of defeat could destroy morale. Instead, Hushai advised gathering all Israel from north to south. Absalom himself should lead the overwhelming force. The advice appealed to Absalom. It was larger, more dramatic. It placed the prince personally at the center of national power, and critically, it gave David time. Absalom and the elders chose Hushai's counsel over Ahithophel's. The narrative attributes this reversal to God's purpose to frustrate Ahithophel's good counsel and bring disaster on Absalom. Hushai secretly sent word through the priestly network, "Do not remain at the wilderness crossings. Move quickly." Ahithophel's advice might still become dangerous if circumstances changed. Messengers carried the warning. David crossed the Jordan. By morning, his people were safely on the other side. Ahithophel saw that his counsel had not been followed. He understood what the political outcome likely would be. He went home. He put his affairs in order. Then he took his own life. One of David's most respected counselors was dead. The rebellion continued. David reached Mahanaim. Support arrived. Men brought beds, bowls, grain, flour, beans, lentils, honey, curds, sheep, and cheese. They understood that David's people were hungry, exhausted, and thirsty in the wilderness. Again, David's life had returned to the world of dependence. The palace was gone. The royal table was gone. He was receiving food from supporters just as he had during his fugitive years. But David was no longer a young man. He was an aging king, carrying decades of victory and failure behind him. And now, the final military confrontation with Absalom approached. David organized his forces under Joab, Abishai, and Ittai. He announced that he would go out with them. The people objected. If they fled, the enemy would not care. If half of them died, it would not matter as much as losing David. The king was worth 10,000 of them strategically. David agreed to remain behind. But before the troops marched, he gave his commanders an order in the hearing of the people. "Deal gently with the young man Absalom for my sake." The request reveals the impossible division inside David. Absalom had stolen the kingdom. He had humiliated his father. He had forced the king from Jerusalem. He was leading an army that could kill David and destroy his supporters. As king, David needed the rebellion defeated. As a father, he wanted his son spared. The army marched into the forest of Ephraim, and there David's kingdom and David's family were about to collide in the same battle. Absalom had spent years positioning himself to take his father's throne. Now he would meet the men who had followed David through caves, exile, civil war, and conquest. The rebellion had reached the battlefield, and before the day ended, David would recover his kingdom at a price that would break his heart. The armies moved into the forest of Ephraim, carrying more than weapons. They carried the weight of a divided kingdom. On one side stood the forces loyal to David, the aging king who had once united Israel, captured Jerusalem, and survived years of pursuit. On the other stood the army of Absalom, David's own son, handsome, ambitious, politically gifted, and convinced that the throne should be his. This was no ordinary civil war. It was a family conflict expanded to national scale. And before David's soldiers left for battle, the king gave one command that revealed the division inside him. Deal gently with Absalom. The order was heard by Joab, by Abishai, by Ittai, by the people standing nearby. David wanted the rebellion defeated, but he wanted the rebels spared. The army to forest. The fighting was fierce. The text says the servants of David defeated the forces of Israel there, and the loss of life was great. The terrain itself became part of the destruction. The forest devoured more people that day than the sword. That line suggests a battlefield where movement, visibility, and geography worked against Absalom's scattered forces. Trees, ravines, rough terrain, and confusion could turn retreat into disaster. And somewhere in that chaotic landscape, Absalom encountered David's men. He was riding a mule. As he passed beneath the branches of a large tree, his head became caught. The mule continued beneath him. Absalom was left hanging between earth and sky. The text's exact physical mechanics have been interpreted in different ways, and later tradition often emphasizes his heavy hair because the narrative had previously described it. But the passage itself focuses on the fact that Absalom became helplessly caught in the tree. The man who had ridden through Jerusalem with chariots and runners now hung immobilized in a forest. A soldier saw him. He reported it to Joab. "I saw Absalom hanging in a tree." Joab reacted sharply. Why had the man not killed him? Joab said he would have rewarded him. But the soldier reminded Joab of David's command. Even for 1,000 pieces of silver, he would not raise his hand against the king's son. Everyone had heard David order the commanders to protect Absalom, and even if the soldier had secretly killed him, the truth would have emerged. The king would know. Joab himself, the man suggested, might not protect the one who had violated the order. The soldier understood the danger. Joab understood only the military reality. As long as Absalom lived, the rebellion could live. Joab had spent decades doing what he believed was necessary to preserve David's kingdom. He had killed Abner despite David's peace agreement. He had helped arrange Absalom's return from exile. He had served David in war after war, and now once again he chose effectiveness over David's explicit command. Joab took 3 weapons in his hand. He thrust them into Absalom while he was still alive in the tree. Then 10 of Joab's armor-bearers surrounded Absalom and struck him. David's son died in the forest. The rebellion had lost its center. Joab sounded the trumpet. The fighting stopped. David's men ceased pursuing Israel. The civil war had ended. Absalom's body was thrown into a large pit in the forest. A great heap of stones was raised over him. The narrative then recalls something Absalom had done during his lifetime. He had erected a monument for himself in the king's valley. He had said that he had no son to preserve his name. The biblical record elsewhere names sons of Absalom, which may suggest they died young or that circumstances changed. The text here does not explain the tension. What matters in this passage is Absalom's concern that his name continue. He wanted a monument. He wanted remembrance. He wanted legacy. Instead, his rebellion ended beneath stones in a forest. The prince who had stolen the hearts of Israel never entered Jerusalem as an established king. Now someone had to tell David. Ahimaaz, son of Zadok, wanted to run with the news. He asked Joab for permission. Joab refused. This was not the kind of message for which Ahimaaz should expect reward. The king's son was dead. Joab sent a Cushite messenger instead, but Ahimaaz continued asking. Eventually, Joab allowed him to run. Ahimaaz took a route that allowed him to arrive first. Meanwhile, David sat between the gates of Mahanaim, waiting. A watchman saw a man running alone. David immediately hoped the runner carried good news. Then another runner appeared. The first arrived. Ahimaaz announced that David's forces had been victorious. He praised God for delivering the men who had raised their hands against the king. But David had one question. Is the young man Absalom safe? The kingdom had been saved. David did not first ask how many enemies had died. He did not ask how much territory had been recovered. He asked about his son. Ahimaaz avoided the answer. He said he had seen a great commotion when Joab sent him, but did not know what had happened. Then the Cushite arrived. He announced the victory. Again David asked, "Is the young man Absalom safe?" The messenger answered carefully, "May the king's enemies and all who rise against him for harm become like that young man." David understood. Absalom was dead. The king was shaken. He went up to the chamber over the gate. He wept, and as he went, he cried words that became one of the most painful laments in the biblical narrative. "My son Absalom, my son Absalom, if only I had died instead of you. Absalom, my son, my son." The victory celebration disappeared. Soldiers who had risked their lives for David entered the city quietly, almost like men ashamed after defeat. They had fought to preserve David's throne. They had followed commanders through a brutal civil war. They had defeated those trying to kill their king. Yet David's grief made them feel as though they had done something wrong by surviving. Joab heard, and Joab confronted the king with brutal directness. David's mourning, he said, was humiliating the men who had saved his life, the lives of his sons and daughters, and the lives of his wives and servants. Joab accused David of loving those who hated him and hating those who loved him. If Absalom had lived and all David's loyal men had died, Joab said perhaps that would have pleased the king more. The accusation was harsh, but the political danger was real. David was not only a father, he was still king. His soldiers needed to know their loyalty mattered. Joab ordered him to go out and speak encouragement to them. Otherwise, he warned everyone might abandon him before nightfall. David rose. He sat at the gate. The people came before him. The king resumed his public role. But Absalom's death had changed him. The rebellion was defeated, yet the kingdom was not automatically reunited. Israel's tribes had followed Absalom. David had fled Jerusalem. Now the question became whether David would return and under what conditions. Across Israel, people argued. David had saved them from enemies in the past. He had delivered them from Philistine power. But he had fled because of Absalom. Now Absalom was dead. Why was no one moving to restore David? David sent word to Zadok and Abiathar, the priests. They were to speak to the elders of Judah. Why should Judah be the last to bring the king home? Were they not David's own flesh and blood? David also sent a significant message to Amasa. Amasa had commanded Absalom's army. He was related to David. David promised to make him commander of the army in place of Joab. The political logic is understandable. By elevating Absalom's commander, David could help reconcile those who had supported the rebellion. It would also weaken Joab, whose killing of Absalom had directly violated David's command. Amasa persuaded the men of Judah. They invited David to return. The king moved toward the Jordan. Judah came to meet him. And one of the first men waiting was Shimei, the same man who had cursed David as he fled, the same man who had thrown stones at the humiliated king. Now Shimei hurried to meet him. He fell before David. "Do not hold me guilty. Do not remember what I did when you left Jerusalem. I know that I sinned." Abishai responded exactly as expected. "Should Shimei not die for cursing the Lord's anointed?" David refused. Would anyone be put to death on a day when he was being restored as king over Israel? David swore that Shimei would not die that day. Once again, David chose restraint in a moment of political restoration. But the tension would not disappear completely. David remembered Shimei's curse even into his final instructions to Solomon. Mercy in the moment did not necessarily erase political memory. Then Mephibosheth came to meet David. Jonathan's son had neglected his feet clothes and beard from the day David left until the day he returned. David asked why he had not gone with him. Mephibosheth gave a very different version from Ziba's earlier story. His servant had deceived him. Because Mephibosheth was disabled, he had depended on Ziba to prepare transportation. Instead, Ziba had left and slandered him before David. Mephibosheth appealed to the king's judgment. David did not conduct a full investigation in the narrative. He divided the property between Ziba and Mephibosheth. Mephibosheth replied that Ziba could take all of it now that David had returned safely. Whether this response convinced David is not stated, but the episode exposes the difficulty of ruling through conflicting testimony during crisis. David had once made a rapid judgment against Mephibosheth while fleeing. Now he heard the other side. Another loyal supporter came forward. Barzillai the Gileadite. He was an elderly and wealthy man who had provided for David at Mahanaim during the rebellion. David invited him to cross the Jordan and live in Jerusalem, where the king would provide for him. Barzillai declined. He was 80 years old. He no longer wanted palace life. He asked instead that Chimham cross with David. David agreed to care for him. Then David kissed Barzillai and blessed him. The old supporter returned home. David crossed the Jordan, and immediately tribal tension surfaced. The men of Israel complained that Judah had taken control of the king's return. Why had their brothers from Judah stolen the king away and brought him across the Jordan? Judah answered that David was closely related to them. Had they taken food from the king? Had they received special gifts? Israel replied that they had 10 shares in the king, and therefore more claim to David than Judah. The argument grew bitter. The words of Judah were harsher. The rebellion had ended. But national unity remained fragile. David had once united Israel. Now the fault line between Judah and the northern tribes was visible again, and one man quickly exploited it. Sheba, son of Bichri, a Benjaminite, sounded a trumpet. "We have no share in David," he declared, "no inheritance in the son of Jesse. Every man to his tents, Israel." The words were politically explosive. The northern men abandoned David and followed Sheba. Judah remained with the king. David had barely returned from Absalom's rebellion when another revolt began. The kingdom was not yet stable enough to rest. David entered Jerusalem. Then came a painful reminder of Absalom's seizure of royal authority. David placed the 10 concubines who had been left to care for the palace under guard. They were provided for, but lived in seclusion for the remainder of their lives. The consequences of rebellion continued even after the rebel was dead. Then David turned to Sheba. He ordered Amasa, the new commander, to gather the men of Judah within 3 days. Amasa took longer than expected. The delay was dangerous. David told Abishai that Sheba might become an even greater threat than Absalom if he reached fortified cities and escaped. Joab's men, the Cherethites, Pelethites, and mighty warriors, went out in pursuit. Although David had technically replaced Joab with Amasa, Joab remained in the military force. When Amasa met them near Gibeon, Joab approached him. Joab's sword was arranged so that it could fall conveniently into his hand. He greeted Amasa as a brother. He took him by the beard as though to kiss him. Then Joab struck him. Amasa died. Again, Joab removed a rival commander through violence. Abner, Absalom, now Amasa. Joab repeatedly solved political problems with blood, and repeatedly David struggled to control him. After Amasa's body was removed from the road, the pursuit of Sheba continued. Sheba took refuge in Abel-Beth-Maachah. Joab's forces surrounded the city. They began battering the wall. Then a wise woman from the city called out. She asked to speak with Joab. Why should he destroy a city known for wisdom and importance in Israel? Joab answered that he did not want to destroy the city. He wanted Sheba. Deliver him, and Joab would withdraw. The woman promised that Sheba's head would be thrown over the wall. She spoke to the people. They killed Sheba. His head was thrown down. Joab sounded the trumpet. The army dispersed. The revolt ended. Joab returned to Jerusalem. Despite David's attempt to replace him, Joab was again commander over Israel's army. The king had survived another rebellion. But the pattern was becoming impossible to ignore. David's reign remained powerful, yet around that power existed unresolved relationships, ambitious commanders, tribal rivalries, and consequences reaching back through years of family conflict. Then the narrative records a famine lasting 3 years. David sought the Lord concerning it. The answer connected the crisis to Saul and his treatment of the Gibeonites. The Gibeonites were not ethnic Israelites. Their protected status traced back to a covenant made in the days of Joshua. Saul, in what the text describes as zeal for Israel and Judah, had apparently attempted to destroy them. Now David asked the Gibeonites what could be done. How could atonement be made so that they would bless the Lord's inheritance? They did not ask for silver or gold. They did not claim the right to execute Israelites generally. Instead, they requested 7 male descendants from Saul's house. David agreed, but he spared Mephibosheth, son of Jonathan, because of his covenant with Jonathan. The men handed over included descendants through Saul's family, and they were executed by the Gibeonites. This is one of the most difficult episodes in David's reign for modern readers. The text belongs to an ancient covenantal and judicial setting, and it should not be simplified into a general model for justice. What the narrative emphasizes is the unresolved blood guilt attached to Saul's violation of a sworn relationship. Then Rizpah, mother of 2 of the executed men, performed an act of prolonged mourning. She spread sackcloth for herself on a rock. She guarded the bodies from birds by day and wild animals by night. Her grief reached David. The king then acted to honor Saul's house more fully. He retrieved the bones of Saul and Jonathan from Jabesh Gilead. He gathered the remains of those recently executed. They were buried together in the tomb of Kish, Saul's father, in Benjamin. Only after these matters were dealt with does the text say that God responded to prayer for the land. The episode returns David to a theme that had followed him since Saul's death. The new kingdom could not simply build itself by forgetting the old one. Saul's failures still mattered. Saul's covenant violations still mattered, and Saul's body still deserved burial with honor. Later conflict with the Philistines resumed. David went down with his servants to fight, but now something had changed. David became exhausted. A Philistine warrior named Ishbi-Benob, described as a descendant of the giant clans and armed with a heavy spear and new weaponry, intended to kill him. Abishai came to David's aid. He struck the Philistine and killed him. Then David's men made him swear an oath. He should no longer go out with them into battle. Why? So that the lamp of Israel would not be extinguished. The sentence marks the passage of time. David had once run toward Goliath when experienced soldiers stood back. Now David himself needed protection from younger warriors. The shepherd boy was aging. Other champions fought battles once associated with him. Additional conflicts with Philistine giants followed. Men connected to David's forces defeated them. Among them was a warrior described as having 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot. Another giant figure fell to Elhanan in a textual tradition whose relationship to Goliath's family is clarified differently in Samuel and Chronicles. The details have produced textual discussion, but the larger narrative point is clear. The age of giants had not depended on one hero. David's warriors now carried the fight, and David's role was changing from champion in the field to the aging center of the kingdom. The books of Samuel then move into a series of reflective passages that look back across David's life. One song celebrates deliverance. David speaks of the Lord as his rock fortress and deliverer. The imagery feels natural for a man whose life had been spent among strongholds, cliffs, wilderness escapes, and battles. He remembers danger as waves and cords of death. He remembers crying out. He remembers rescue. The song does not mean David saw himself as morally flawless in every event. It is a royal testimony to divine deliverance across the larger pattern of his life, from Saul, from enemies, from wars, from death. Then come words associated with David's final reflections as king. The man raised on high, the anointed of the God of Jacob, the singer of Israel's songs. He describes just rule through an image of morning light after rain brightness causing grass to grow from the earth. Kingship at its best should give life. It should create order. It should reflect justice. David then looks toward the covenant made with his house. His confidence rests not simply on his military achievements, but on the promise attached to his dynasty. The narrative also remembers David's mighty men. Their stories read like fragments from decades of warfare. 3 warriors broke through Philistine lines to bring David water from the well near Bethlehem. David had longed aloud for it. They risked their lives to obtain it, but when they brought the water, David refused to drink. He poured it out before the Lord. How could he drink what represented the blood risk of men who had endangered themselves? It was not ordinary water anymore. The act showed that the loyalty of David's warriors had become sacred in his eyes. Other mighty men performed astonishing feats. Benaiah killed powerful opponents and later became significant in the transition to Solomon. Abishai earned honor among the warriors. Joab remained central, though not included among every honor list in the same way. And there among the names appears Uriah the Hittite. The name arrives almost like an accusation written into David's military legacy. Uriah had been one of the mighty men. The soldier David had arranged to kill remained forever listed among the men who had helped build his kingdom. David's victories could not erase him. Then came one of the final great crises of David's reign. David ordered a census of Israel and Judah. The account in Samuel says, "The anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel," and describes David being incited to number the people. Chronicles frames the agency differently by mentioning an adversary. The passages have long required careful interpretation, and the text does not explain every theological dimension. What becomes clear within David's story is that the census was treated as sinful. David ordered Joab to travel through the tribes and count the fighting men. Joab objected. Why did the king delight in this thing? Joab, who had rarely been the strongest moral restraint in David's life, recognized danger. But David's command prevailed. The officials traveled throughout the land. After months, they returned with the totals. Then David's heart struck him. He understood that he had sinned greatly. He asked God to take away his guilt. He had acted foolishly. The prophet Gad came with a message. David was given 3 forms of judgment to face: extended famine, flight before enemies, or a shorter period of plague. David answered that he was in deep distress. He preferred to fall into the hand of the Lord, whose mercy was great, rather than into human hands. A plague came upon Israel. People died. The destruction moved toward Jerusalem. Then David saw the angel associated with judgment. The king pleaded. He was the one who had sinned. He was the shepherd who had acted wrongly. What had these sheep done? Let the judgment fall on him and his household. The imagery had come full circle. David once guarded literal sheep in Bethlehem. Now, as king, he described the people as sheep and himself as the responsible shepherd. Gad told him to build an altar on the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. David went. Araunah offered the site. He offered oxen. He offered equipment for fuel. He was willing to give everything to the king. David refused to offer to the Lord something that cost him nothing. He purchased the threshing floor and the animals. An altar was built. Sacrifices were offered. The plague stopped. The location would become enormously significant. Chronicles explicitly connects this place to the future temple site. David himself would not build the temple. That role belonged to Solomon. But the aging king would prepare for it. The man who had once wanted to build a house for God would spend his final years gathering resources, organizing leadership, and preparing the kingdom for the son who would do what David could not. Yet one final crisis remained. David was old. His body was failing. He could no longer keep warm even when covered. A young woman named Abishag the Shunammite was brought to care for him and attend him. The text explicitly notes that the relationship was not sexual. But the image communicated something politically dangerous. The warrior king was physically weak. Everyone in the royal court could see it. And when a king grows weak, succession questions grow strong. David had many sons. Amnon was dead. Absalom was dead. Solomon existed within the royal household, but another son now looked at the throne and decided not to wait. Adonijah. He was the son of Haggith. He was older than Solomon. The text describes him as handsome, and it makes another revealing observation about David's family leadership. David had never adequately challenged him by asking why he behaved as he did. Adonijah began exalting himself. "I will be king." He acquired chariots and horsemen. 50 men ran before him. The pattern should have been familiar. Absalom had done almost the same thing. The kingdom had seen this performance before, but David was old, and Adonijah began building alliances. Joab supported him. Abiathar the priest supported him. These were not insignificant names. Joab had commanded David's army for decades. Abiathar had survived Saul's massacre of the priests and had lived with David since the wilderness. Men who had been connected to David through much of his life were now backing another son. But not everyone joined Adonijah. Zadok the priest did not. Nathan the prophet did not. Benaiah did not. David's mighty men did not. And Solomon was not invited to Adonijah's great sacrificial celebration. Adonijah gathered his brothers and royal officials. Animals were sacrificed. The feast began. The political message was obvious. A king was being presented before David had declared a successor. Nathan recognized the danger. He went to Bathsheba. Had she heard that Adonijah had become king while David did not know it? Adonijah secured the throne. Bathsheba and Solomon could be treated as enemies. Nathan proposed a plan. Bathsheba should go to David, remind him of his commitment that Solomon would reign. While she was speaking, Nathan would enter and confirm the report. Bathsheba approached the aging king. She bowed. She reminded him that Solomon had been designated to reign after him. But Adonijah had now made himself king. The kingdom was watching David. Who would sit on his throne if David died without resolving the issue? Bathsheba warned she and Solomon would become vulnerable. While she was still speaking, Nathan arrived. He asked the king whether he had secretly declared Adonijah successor. Had David made this decision without informing his servants Adonijah was sacrificing? The royal sons were with him. Joab was there. Abiathar was there. They were shouting, "Long live King Adonijah." But Nathan, Zadok, Benaiah, and Solomon had not been invited. The old king understood. The moment he had delayed could no longer be delayed. David called Bathsheba back. He swore that his promise concerning Solomon would stand. Solomon would reign after him. Then David issued rapid orders. "Take Solomon, place him on the king's mule, bring him down to Gihon. Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet were to anoint him king. Blow the trumpet, declare, 'Long live King Solomon,' then bring him up." Solomon would sit on David's throne. He would reign in David's place. The transition had begun. Benaiah responded with a prayer that God would be with Solomon as he had been with David, and would make Solomon's throne even greater. Then the procession moved. Solomon rode David's mule. Zadok took oil from the sacred tent and anointed him. The trumpets sounded. The people shouted. Music filled the city. The noise was so great that the ground seemed to shake. Adonijah's feast heard it. Joab heard the trumpet. Why was the city in an uproar? Then Jonathan, son of Abiathar, arrived. Adonijah expected good news. Instead, Jonathan announced that David had made Solomon king. Solomon had ridden the royal mule. Zadok and Nathan had anointed him. The city was celebrating, and David himself had bowed in worship from his bed, blessing God that he had lived to see a successor sitting on his throne. The feast collapsed. Adonijah's supporters scattered. Every man went his own way. Adonijah became afraid of Solomon. He went and took hold of the horns of the altar, seeking protection. Solomon was told. Adonijah wanted the new king to swear that he would not kill him. Solomon responded conditionally. If Adonijah proved himself worthy, not a hair of his head would fall. If wickedness were found in him, he would die. Adonijah came. He bowed before Solomon. Solomon told him to go home. The throne had changed hands while David was still alive. The shepherd from Bethlehem was no longer the future king. He was no longer even the active king at the center of Israel's next chapter. Solomon had been anointed. The succession was underway. But David's work was not yet completely finished. The old king still had final words to speak. Old debts remained unresolved. Joab's bloodshed remained in memory. Shimei's curse had not been forgotten. The temple David could not build still required preparation, and Solomon, the young king, inheriting extraordinary promise, also inherited a kingdom filled with unfinished business. David had survived Saul. He had survived Goliath. He had survived exile. He had survived Absalom. He had survived civil war. He had survived his own failures. Now there was only one enemy he could not defeat with a sling-sword army or strategy: time. The final chapter of David's life would not be about another battlefield. It would be about what a dying king leaves behind. David had spent much of his life moving toward a throne. Now he was preparing to leave it. Solomon had been anointed. The trumpet had sounded. Jerusalem had celebrated. Adonijah's attempt to seize the succession had collapsed before it could become another civil war. But a royal transition was never only about placing a new man on a chair. David was handing Solomon a kingdom built across decades of war covenant, political compromise, family conflict, loyalty, betrayal, bloodshed, worship, and unfinished obligations. Some of those obligations were visible. Others were buried inside memories only the old king fully understood. David knew that his son was not inheriting a clean kingdom. He was inheriting David's kingdom, and David's kingdom carried both extraordinary promise and dangerous unresolved tensions. As David approached death, he gave Solomon words that combined theology, kingship, family responsibility, and political realism. "I am going the way of all the earth." The sentence reduced the most celebrated king in Israel to the common destiny of every human being. David had escaped spears. He had escaped Philistine swords. He had escaped assassination attempts. He had escaped the wilderness. He had escaped Absalom's rebellion. But now he would not escape mortality. His first instruction to Solomon was not about taxes, armies, or palace security. It was about faithfulness. Be strong. Show yourself a man. Keep the charge of the Lord your God. Walk in his ways. Keep his statutes, commandments, ordinances, and testimonies, as written in the law of Moses. David connected royal success with covenant obedience. The king of Israel was not supposed to invent his own moral order. He was not above the law. David understood that truth painfully, because some of his greatest personal disasters had come when he acted as though royal power could erase moral boundaries. Bathsheba, Uriah, the violence that followed in his family. The lesson was not theoretical. David was speaking to Solomon from experience. He also reminded his son of the promise attached to their house. If David's descendants walked faithfully before God with all their heart and soul, the royal line would continue. The covenant promise did not make obedience irrelevant. It made kingship responsible. Solomon was inheriting privilege. He was also inheriting accountability. Then David turned to unresolved political matters. Joab. No figure outside David's immediate family had accompanied him through more of his public life. Joab had been present in war. He had captured Jerusalem, according to Chronicles. He had commanded armies. He had fought Absalom. He had suppressed Sheba's revolt. He had been effective, loyal to David's regime in many crises, and often indispensable. But Joab had also repeatedly shed blood outside David's wishes. He killed Abner after David had sent Abner away in peace. He killed Absalom after David explicitly ordered that the young man be spared. He murdered Amasa after David had appointed Amasa commander. And in the succession crisis, Joab supported Adonijah. David told Solomon not to treat Joab as innocent. The blood of Abner and Amasa still mattered. David had failed to remove Joab decisively during his own reign. Now he placed the issue into Solomon's hands. Then David remembered Barzillai. Not every final instruction concerned punishment. Barzillai had supported David during Absalom's rebellion, when the king fled Jerusalem hungry and exhausted. David told Solomon to show kindness to Barzillai's sons. Let them eat at the royal table. The loyalty shown during David's darkest hour was not to be forgotten. Then came Shimei. The man from Saul's clan had cursed David during his flight from Absalom. David had sworn not to kill him on the day of his return. But the old king had not forgotten the episode. David told Solomon that Shimei was not to be regarded as entirely innocent. He left the manner of dealing with him to Solomon's wisdom. These final instructions can be uncomfortable because they reveal the political world David inhabited. His last days were not composed only of worship, poetic reflection, and peaceful family blessing. The kingdom still contained dangerous men. Old violence still shaped the future. David was transferring both a covenant and a political problem set. Then, the biblical account gives the final summary. David slept with his fathers. He was buried in the city of David. He had reigned 40 years, 7 years in Hebron, 33 years in Jerusalem. And Solomon sat on the throne of David his father. The kingdom was firmly established in his hand. David was dead. But the story attached to his throne continued. Before moving fully into Solomon's reign, however, the biblical tradition preserves other material that helps us understand David's final years and legacy. Chronicles gives particular attention to David's preparation for the temple. David had once wanted to build a house for God. Nathan had told him that this would not be his role. According to Chronicles, David later explained that he had desired to build the temple, but had been told that because he had shed much blood and fought many wars, his son would be the one to build. That son would be Solomon. His name was associated with peace. Where David's reign had been shaped by warfare, Solomon's early reign would be associated with rest and building. David therefore did not build the temple, but he prepared for it on a massive scale. He gathered materials: stone, iron, bronze, cedar, gold, silver. He organized resources so that Solomon would not begin from nothing. David understood that some callings are fulfilled by preparing what another generation will complete. This is an important part of his legacy. The man who had once wanted to perform the great work himself had to accept that the temple would carry someone else's name as builder. David's role was preparation. Solomon's role would be construction. David also summoned leaders. He charged Solomon publicly. He reminded him that the temple was not simply an architectural project. It was connected to the worship of Israel. Solomon needed courage. He should not be afraid. The work was great because the house was not merely for human honor. David described the resources he had collected and called upon leaders to support his son. Chronicles then presents extensive organization of priests, Levites, musicians, gatekeepers, treasurers, military divisions, and officials. The details may feel administrative compared with David's dramatic battles, but administration is part of what transformed a warrior's kingdom into an enduring national structure. David's legacy was not only that he defeated enemies, he organized institutions. The kingdom needed to survive him. That required more than charisma. It required roles, responsibilities, worship structures, military order, financial administration, and succession. David also handed Solomon plans associated with the temple and its service. The chronicler presents David's preparation with a theological emphasis. The future sanctuary was part of a larger divine purpose, not simply David's personal monument. Then David gathered the assembly. The aging king stood before leaders and people. He told them that Solomon, whom God had chosen, was young and inexperienced, and that the work was great. David had already prepared resources from the royal treasury. Then he added something personal. Because of his devotion to the house of God, he gave from his own private treasure as well. Gold, silver. The king then challenged Israel's leaders. Who was willing to consecrate himself by giving? The leaders responded generously. Military officers, tribal leaders, officials, and others contributed. The people rejoiced. David rejoiced. Then David prayed. His prayer returned everything to God. Blessed are you. Greatness belongs to you. Power, glory, victory, majesty. Everything in heaven and earth belongs to you. The kingdom belongs to you. Wealth and honor come from you. The prayer is significant because David had spent 40 years accumulating royal authority, yet at the end, he acknowledged that none of it originated with him. Then he asked a question. Who was he? Who were his people? How could they give so generously? Everything they had already came from God. They were giving back what they had received. The shepherd boy's old question returned in another form. Who am I? David had asked it after the covenant promise. Now he asked it again at the end of his reign. The throne had not erased the memory of grace. David prayed that the willingness of the people would remain. He prayed specifically for Solomon. Give my son a loyal heart. Help him keep your commandments. Help him build the temple for which preparations have been made. Then the assembly blessed God. They bowed. Sacrifices were offered. Solomon was publicly recognized again as king. The chronicler emphasizes a peaceful transfer and broad support. This perspective complements the more politically tense account in Kings. Together, the books show both realities. Succession involved danger, but the kingdom also moved toward consolidation under Solomon. David's final years, therefore, contained both weakness and achievement. His body was failing. His political household was unstable enough for Adonijah to make a claim. Yet his mind was still directed toward what would come after him. He organized, he instructed, he prepared, he worshipped. He handed responsibility to another generation. And then he died. But the consequences of his final instructions appeared almost immediately. Adonijah had survived his first attempt at kingship because Solomon had shown conditional mercy. If Adonijah proved trustworthy, he could live. But Adonijah soon approached Bathsheba with another request. He acknowledged that the kingdom had become Solomon's. Then he asked for Abishag the Shunammite as wife. To a modern reader, the request may appear personal. In the political world of royal succession, it could carry a much more serious implication. Abishag had attended David in his final days. Although the text specifically says David had not had sexual relations with her, she had belonged to the intimate royal household surrounding the dying king. Possession of women associated with a former king could symbolize a claim to royal status. Absalom's public seizure of David's concubines had already demonstrated that principle. Bathsheba brought Adonijah's request to Solomon. Solomon immediately recognized the political danger. Why ask for Abishag? Why not ask for the kingdom as well? Adonijah was Solomon's older brother. He had Abiathar and Joab's support. To Solomon, the request looked like the continuation of an unresolved claim. The conditional mercy ended. Benaiah was sent. Adonijah was executed. The succession struggle was no longer a symbolic rivalry. One of David's sons was dead under another son's rule. Again, the house of David carried both covenant promise and internal conflict. Solomon then dealt with Abiathar. The priest had supported Adonijah. Solomon did not execute him. He acknowledged that Abiathar had carried the ark during David's difficult years and had shared in his suffering. But Abiathar was removed from priestly office and sent to his property at Anathoth. The old wilderness companion would no longer serve at the center of royal power. Joab heard what had happened. He understood what was coming. He fled to the tent of the Lord and took hold of the horns of the altar. Once Adonijah had done the same thing. Joab sought sanctuary. Solomon sent Benaiah with an order. Strike him down. Benaiah hesitated when Joab refused to leave the altar. He returned to Solomon. The king repeated the command. Joab's blood guilt for Abner and Amasa could not be allowed to remain over David's house. Benaiah returned. Joab was killed. He was buried at his home in the wilderness. With Joab's death, an era ended. For decades he had been beside David. He had been present in triumph, rebellion, civil war, political murder, military victory. No simple label captures him. He had defended David's throne repeatedly. He had also committed acts David condemned. David had relied on him and feared his hardness at the same time. Now Solomon replaced him with Benaiah. Zadok replaced Abiathar as chief priest. The new reign was reorganizing the power structure inherited from David. Then Solomon dealt with Shimei. Instead of killing him immediately, Solomon established a restriction. Shimei could live in Jerusalem, but he must not leave the city. If he crossed the Kidron Valley, his life would be forfeit. Shimei agreed. For 3 years he remained within the terms. Then 2 of his servants escaped to Gath. Shimei traveled after them. When Solomon heard that he had left Jerusalem, he summoned him. Shimei had violated the oath. Solomon reminded him of both his agreement and the evil he had done to David. Benaiah executed him. The book then concludes this phase by saying that the kingdom was firmly established in Solomon's hand. Politically, the loose ends of David's reign had been tightened, but the larger biblical question remained. What exactly had David left behind? The most obvious answer was a kingdom. Before David, Jerusalem had not been Israel's royal capital. After David, it would become central to Israel's political and theological imagination. David captured the city. He established his throne there. He brought the ark there. He prepared for the temple that Solomon would build there. Jerusalem became inseparable from Davidic kingship. The second answer was a dynasty. Saul had been Israel's first king, but Saul did not establish the enduring royal line. That promise became attached to David. A son would succeed him. That son would build the temple. David's house would carry a unique place in Israel's covenant expectations. The historical dynasty would experience both glory and catastrophic failure. Kings descended from David would rule Judah for centuries. Some would seek faithfulness. Others would lead the nation deeper into corruption. Eventually, Jerusalem would fall. The monarchy would appear to collapse. A descendant of David would no longer sit independently on the throne in Jerusalem. And yet the promise would not disappear from Israel's scriptures. Prophets would continue speaking of a future ruler connected to David's line. Isaiah would describe hope arising from the line of Jesse. Jeremiah would speak of a righteous branch for David. Ezekiel would use shepherd and Davidic imagery for future restoration. The expectation grew precisely because the historical kings repeatedly failed to become everything a righteous king should be. David himself had already embodied that tension. He could write and sing of trust while committing grave sin. He could administer justice while failing badly within his own household. He could show mercy to Saul and Mephibosheth while using royal power to destroy Uriah. He could unite Israel and still leave behind tribal tensions. He could desire to build God's house and yet be told that another would complete the work. The Bible's portrait refuses simplification. David was neither a flawless saint nor merely a corrupt monarch. He was a covenant king whose life displayed extraordinary faith and extraordinary failure. That is why the phrase often associated with him, "a man after God's own heart," must be understood carefully. It does not mean David never sinned. The narrative itself makes that impossible. The phrase appears in the context of God seeking a ruler aligned with his purpose, in contrast with Saul's rejection. David's story later shows that a heart oriented toward God did not prevent terrible choices, but it did shape how David responded when confronted. Saul often defended himself. David, when Nathan exposed his sin, confessed. That difference should not be turned into an excuse for David's wrongdoing. Repentance does not make Uriah alive again. It does not undo Tamar's trauma. It does not erase Absalom's death. Biblical forgiveness and historical consequence exist together in David's story. This is one of its most important lessons. Grace does not make sin insignificant. Forgiveness does not make consequences imaginary. And divine promise does not transform human rulers into morally untouchable figures. David's musical legacy also became enormous. Many psalms are traditionally associated with him, and several titles explicitly connect individual psalms with moments from his life. Not every psalm can be reconstructed into a precise biographical episode with certainty, but the Davidic collection preserves themes that fit the life described in Samuel: fear, enemies, deliverance, confession, worship, kingship, betrayal, longing for God, confidence under pressure, grief. The Psalms allowed later generations to remember David not only as the man who carried a sword, but as a voice of prayer. His life contained caves and palaces. His songs contained both. The shepherd image also remained. David had literally been taken from the flock. Then he became shepherd of Israel. The language later became part of the Bible's critique of kings and leaders. A ruler was supposed to protect the flock, feed the people, seek justice, defend the vulnerable, not devour those under his authority. David sometimes embodied that ideal. At other times he violated it. His story therefore helped define both the hope and the failure of biblical kingship. And then the New Testament opens. The first line of Matthew introduces Jesus Christ as the Son of David, son of Abraham. The title is deliberate. By the 1st century, Son of David carried royal and messianic significance. Jesus' connection to David is not built on the idea that he repeated every event in David's biography. The link is dynastic and theological. The promise attached to David's house had created expectation for a future king. The New Testament presents Jesus as the ultimate fulfillment of that hope. Luke's birth narrative likewise connects Jesus with David's throne. People address Jesus as Son of David. Paul refers to Jesus as descended from David according to the flesh. Revelation uses Davidic language again. The shepherd boy's story had expanded far beyond his own lifetime. But the comparison between David and Jesus also exposes a contrast. David was a king who needed forgiveness. The New Testament presents Jesus as the righteous king. David's kingdom was established through war and remained vulnerable to rebellion. Jesus proclaimed the kingdom of God through a radically different mission. David died and was buried. The apostles later pointed to David's tomb while proclaiming Jesus' resurrection. David's significance, therefore, becomes greatest not when the Bible pretends he was perfect, but when his incomplete kingship creates longing for something greater. The shepherd became king, but the king could not save himself from every weakness. He could conquer Jerusalem, but he could not conquer sin through political power. He could establish a dynasty, but he could not guarantee the faithfulness of every descendant. He could prepare the temple, but he could not build the final hope of Israel with cedar and stone. His story had to continue beyond him, and that may be the clearest way to understand David's place in the biblical narrative. His life was both fulfillment and preparation. He fulfilled Samuel's anointing. He replaced Saul. He united the tribes. He established Jerusalem. He defeated major enemies. He received the covenant. He prepared the kingdom for Solomon. But he also prepared questions the rest of Scripture would continue answering. Can a human king remain righteous once power becomes secure? Can a dynasty survive repeated failure? Can covenant promise outlast judgment? Can a shepherd truly protect the people without eventually becoming another ruler who takes from them? Can there be a son of David who embodies the promise without repeating David's failures? David himself could not answer those questions completely. His death ensured that no human king could become the final answer simply by remaining on the throne forever. Yet his name continued through Solomon, through Judah's kings, through prophets, through exile, through generations that no longer saw a Davidic monarch ruling independently in Jerusalem. The crown disappeared. The expectation did not. For generations, Israel would remember a shepherd from Bethlehem, not because he never failed, but because his reign became the measuring point against which future kings were compared. Not because every decision he made was righteous, but because his life became inseparable from the covenant promise of a continuing royal house. And not because his kingdom solved the biblical story, but because it carried the story forward. David's body rested in Jerusalem. Solomon sat on his throne. The temple still had to be built. The dynasty still had to be tested. The kingdom would still divide. Jerusalem would still fall. Exile would still come. But the promise attached to David's house had entered the biblical story permanently. The shepherd's journey had ended. The story of his throne had not. David's life ended in Jerusalem, but his story did not. The shepherd from Bethlehem had become the king of Israel. He had lived through the decline of Saul, the terror of Goliath, years of exile, civil war, conquest, family tragedy, rebellion, repentance, and old age. He had been a musician in a palace before becoming the ruler of one. He had hidden in caves before establishing a capital. He had refused to kill Saul when the throne seemed within reach. He had also abused royal power when he took Bathsheba and arranged Uriah's death. He had protected Jonathan's son. He had failed to protect his own household from growing violence. He had united Israel, and before his death, he had watched division nearly tear it apart. No single image captures him completely. That is one reason David remains one of the most important and difficult figures in the Bible. The story does not ask the reader to choose between the shepherd boy and the fallen king. Both are David. The man who trusted God before Goliath is the same man Nathan later confronted. The fugitive who refused to shed Saul's blood is the same ruler who used Joab to remove Uriah. The father who cried for Absalom is the same father whose passivity had allowed deep wounds to grow inside his household. The king who received an extraordinary covenant promise is the same king who repeatedly discovered that divine favor did not eliminate human responsibility. To understand David, we have to hold these truths together. His greatness was real. His failures were real, his repentance was real, and the consequences were real. The biblical narrative never protects David from that tension. In fact, it seems determined to preserve it. Ancient kings often wanted their victories remembered and their failures forgotten. David's story does the opposite. His courage is recorded, so is his fear. His worship is recorded, so is his deception. His justice is recorded, so is his misuse of power. His loyalty is recorded, so is the disorder of his family. The Bible does not need David to be flawless in order for his life to matter. That may be one of the most important features of the entire story. David's significance rests not on human perfection, but on the way God's purposes continue through imperfect people without calling evil good. When David sinned, Nathan did not minimize it because David was chosen. When David repented, the narrative did not pretend the damage disappeared. When David received mercy, justice did not suddenly become irrelevant. This balance is essential. Otherwise, David becomes either an untouchable hero or a figure reduced entirely to his worst decisions. Scripture allows neither simplification. David was a man capable of remarkable faith. He was also a man capable of terrible sin. And that complexity shaped the legacy he left to Israel. The first part of that legacy was political. David transformed the monarchy. Saul had been Israel's first king, but his reign never created the same long-term royal identity that David's did. David united Judah and the northern tribes. He established Jerusalem as the political center. He built a functioning administration. He developed a military structure. He expanded Israel's influence. He strengthened borders. He negotiated with surrounding rulers. He created a court that could govern beyond the personal charisma of one warrior. These achievements gave Solomon a platform from which to begin. Solomon did not inherit the kingdom David had inherited. David had inherited a divided and unstable nation. Solomon inherited a kingdom with an established capital, organized leadership, international recognition, military strength, and resources prepared for the temple. That difference matters. David's reign was largely a reign of consolidation and conflict. Solomon's early reign could therefore become one of building. But David's second legacy was geographical and theological at the same time. Jerusalem. Before David, Jerusalem was not the central city of Israel's monarchy. David captured it from the Jebusites. He made it the city of David. He established his throne there. Then he brought the ark there. Later, the temple would be built there under Solomon. From that point forward, Jerusalem became inseparable from Israel's understanding of kingship, worship, judgment, exile, and hope. David could not have known every way the city would later function in biblical history, but his choice of Jerusalem altered the shape of Israel's future. Kings would rule there. Prophets would confront corruption there. Armies would threaten it. Babylon would destroy it. Exiles would long for it. Returning communities would rebuild there. And in the New Testament, Jerusalem would again stand at the center of major events. The city David captured became far larger than his own reign. A third legacy was worship. David's name became closely connected with Israel's songs. The Book of Psalms contains many compositions bearing Davidic superscriptions. Some are connected to specific moments in his life. Others simply identify him within a Davidic tradition. Care is needed here. The superscriptions are part of the received text, but not every psalm allows a precise historical reconstruction. We should not force every line into a scene from Samuel. Still, the association between David and Israel's worship is undeniable within the biblical tradition. He is remembered as musician, poet, worshiper, organizer, a man who could speak to God from the wilderness, from danger, from guilt, and from gratitude. This musical legacy gave later generations language for experiences David himself had known. Fear of enemies, confidence in deliverance. the pain of betrayal, the need for forgiveness, the joy of worship, the longing for justice, the experience of waiting, the cry of repentance. Perhaps nowhere is David's spiritual complexity clearer than in the tradition surrounding Psalm 51. Its superscription connects it with Nathan's confrontation after David's sin involving Bathsheba. The psalm does not attempt to bargain with God through status. It asks for mercy, cleansing, a renewed heart, a restored spirit. Whether heard as David's own prayer in its literary setting or as part of the later worship tradition formed around his story, the message fits the theological turning point in Samuel. The king who once judged the rich man in Nathan's parable had to allow judgment to fall on himself. Repentance began when self-defense ended. But repentance was not David's only spiritual legacy. His life also gave Israel a language of trust under pressure. In the wilderness, he had possessed no visible kingdom. Saul controlled the army. Saul controlled the palace. Saul possessed the recognized throne. David possessed only a promise. Years passed between anointing and enthronement. That waiting shaped him. It gave the biblical story one of its clearest examples of the difference between receiving a calling and possessing its fulfillment immediately. David could have interpreted Samuel's anointing as permission to kill Saul. He did not. Twice he refused. That decision became part of the moral architecture of his rise. David wanted the throne, but at crucial moments he refused to take it through Saul's blood. This does not mean David always waited perfectly. He lied at Nob. He fled to Philistine territory. He conducted violent raids. He nearly destroyed Nabal's household in anger. His wilderness years were not a flawless lesson in patience. But again and again, the narrative returns to the fact that David refused to make assassination the foundation of his kingship. Then came the covenant. This became perhaps David's most important legacy of all. David wanted to build a house for God. God instead promised to build David a house, a dynasty, a royal line. A son would come after David. That son would build the temple. The throne of David's house would receive a unique place in Israel's covenant story. In the immediate historical context, Solomon stands directly within that promise. He succeeds David. He builds the temple. The dynasty continues. But the promise did not stop generating meaning when Solomon died. In fact, the failures of later kings made the promise increasingly important. The kingdom divided after Solomon. The northern tribes separated. Judah continued under Davidic rulers. Some of those kings sought reform. Others promoted idolatry, injustice, and political compromise. The dynasty survived crises that could have ended it, but survival was not the same as faithfulness. Eventually, Judah itself came under judgment. Jerusalem fell to Babylon. The temple was destroyed. The Davidic king was removed from effective rule. For anyone looking only at visible politics, the royal promise appeared to have collapsed. There was no independent Davidic monarch reigning from Jerusalem. But the prophetic tradition did not abandon the hope attached to David. Isaiah looked toward a shoot coming from the stump of Jesse. The imagery was powerful. A tree appeared cut down, yet life could emerge from what looked dead. Jeremiah spoke of a righteous branch raised up for David. Ezekiel used the language of David and shepherding when describing future restoration. Other prophetic texts continued linking hope with righteous kingship. The promise outlived the palace. That fact is essential for understanding why David matters so much beyond the books of Samuel. His dynasty became a framework through which Israel imagined restoration. The historical kings had failed. Therefore, the hope for a righteous Davidic ruler did not become less important. It became more important. This is where the New Testament connection must be handled carefully. The New Testament explicitly places Jesus within the Davidic story. Matthew opens by identifying Jesus Christ in relation to David and Abraham. Luke connects Jesus with David's throne. Crowds and individuals address Jesus using the title Son of David. Paul refers to Jesus as descended from David according to the flesh. Revelation again uses Davidic royal imagery. These are not accidental echoes. The New Testament presents Jesus as the culmination of the royal hope connected to David. But the connection does not mean David was a direct moral copy of Jesus. The contrast is just as important as the continuity. David needed repentance. Jesus in New Testament presentation does not. David's kingdom was defended through armies. Jesus' kingdom is presented through a mission not dependent on the military methods of Davidic monarchy. David's reign remained vulnerable to betrayal and death and succession. The New Testament's claim concerning Jesus moves beyond those limitations. David therefore functions as both model and contrast. He helps define what a king is supposed to be. He also demonstrates why another king is needed. David can defeat Goliath. He cannot defeat every form of evil within himself. He can unify tribes. He cannot permanently heal every division. He can establish Jerusalem. He cannot guarantee that Jerusalem will remain faithful. He can prepare a temple. He cannot make the people eternally obedient. He can begin a dynasty. He cannot personally carry it beyond death. The limitations are part of the theological meaning. David's story produces hope precisely because David himself is not the final answer. There is another part of his legacy that should not be overlooked: leadership. David's rise repeatedly showed that leadership in the biblical narrative was not identical with appearance. Samuel first looked at Eliab and thought he saw a king. God redirected his attention. Israel had already experienced Saul, whose height made him visually impressive. David's selection challenged the assumption that outward stature revealed inward fitness. But the lesson did not end when David became king. Absalom was also strikingly handsome. Adonijah was handsome. Both cultivated royal appearance. Both sought the throne. Neither inherited the kingdom. The repeated pattern warns the reader. Appearance can attract loyalty. It cannot establish character. David himself was described positively in appearance, so the text is not condemning beauty or physical strength. It is rejecting the idea that these things are enough. The heart choices obedience and response to correction matter more. David's leadership was also shaped by his treatment of weakness. When distressed men gathered around him at Adullam, he became their commander. When 200 exhausted soldiers could not continue the pursuit after Ziklag was burned, David refused to exclude them from the recovered spoil. When Mephibosheth appeared before him, David remembered Jonathan's covenant and gave him a place at the royal table. These scenes revealed generosity. But David's leadership also failed badly where power distorted his judgment. Uriah stood among David's mighty men, yet David sacrificed him to protect himself. Tamar was David's daughter, yet the king's response to her violation did not produce the decisive justice the crisis demanded. Absalom's return was managed without true resolution. The king, who could organize armies, struggled to govern his own family. This contrast is one of the strongest warnings in the narrative. Public greatness does not guarantee private faithfulness. Military success does not guarantee moral courage. A leader can defeat enemies outside the gates while allowing destruction to grow inside the house. David's relationship with Joab reinforces the warning. Joab was effective, perhaps too effective to remove easily. He solved crises. He won wars. He defended the regime. But he also killed Abner, Absalom, Amasa. David repeatedly condemned his actions, yet continued relying on him. Political usefulness complicated moral accountability. By the end, David left Solomon to deal with what he had not resolved. Leadership failures can become inheritance. Children inherit them. Successors inherit them. Institutions inherit them. What one generation refuses to confront often becomes the next generation's problem. David's story also challenges simplistic ideas about divine favor. When David was anointed, life did not immediately become easy. He was hunted. When he became king, temptation did not disappear. In some ways, security increased the danger. When he sinned and repented, forgiveness did not remove every consequence. When God promised a dynasty, that promise did not make every descendant righteous. Divine purpose did not create a life without hardship. It created a life in which hardship, responsibility, judgment, mercy, and promise were all held together. This matters because David is often remembered through isolated scenes. David and Goliath. David playing the harp. David dancing before the ark. David and Bathsheba. Absalom's rebellion. Each scene can become a separate lesson, but the complete story changes how those scenes are understood. Goliath matters more when we remember that David later faced dangers courage alone could not solve. Bathsheba matters more when we remember the young man who had once shown restraint with Saul. Absalom matters more when we see the rebellion emerging from years of family breakdown. Solomon's succession matters more when we remember the covenant promise and the repeated deaths of David's older sons. The story is connected. David's victories create later opportunities, his failures create later crises, his covenants create later obligations. His family choices create later rivalries, his faith creates a legacy of worship, and God's promise creates expectations that continue long after David is gone. This is why David cannot be understood only as Israel's greatest king if greatness is taken to mean moral perfection. His greatness lies in historical influence, covenant significance, military and political achievement, worship, legacy, and his central place in the biblical story. But the Bible itself prevents greatness from becoming worship of the man. David dies. That simple fact is the final boundary around every human king. At the beginning of his story, Saul appeared larger than everyone else. He died. David replaced him. David became greater in biblical memory. He died. Solomon replaced him. Solomon's kingdom reached extraordinary wealth and influence. He too would die. No human ruler permanently possesses the throne. David's death therefore redirects attention away from the man and toward the promise. The king is temporary. The covenant story continues. The same principle had been present throughout David's life. Samuel died. The promise continued. Jonathan died. The promise continued. Saul died. The promise continued. Absalom died. The promise continued. David died. The promise continued. That continuity does not mean every tragedy was secretly good. The Bible does not need tragedy to become good in order for God's purpose to survive it. Instead, the narrative shows that human failure does not have the final authority to erase what God has declared. By the end of David's life, this may be the greatest difference between David and Saul. Both were chosen, both sinned, both experienced conflict. But Saul increasingly clung to the throne as something he had to preserve at almost any cost. David, at his best, understood that the throne had been given. That distinction becomes clearest in the moments when David refused to kill Saul. If the throne was truly his by divine promise, he did not need to become Saul in order to obtain it. Later, David sometimes forgot that principle when exercising other forms of power. But the principle remained embedded in the story. What God gives does not authorize every human method of taking, and what God promises does not excuse disobedience. Toward the end, David could look back across a life almost impossible to summarize. Bethlehem, the sheep, Samuel's oil, Saul's palace, Goliath, Jonathan, Michal, the cave, Abigail, Ziklag, Hebron, Jerusalem, the ark, Nathan, Bathsheba, Uriah, Tamar, Amnon, Absalom, the census, the threshing floor, Solomon. Each name carried a different memory. Some were victories, some were wounds, some were acts of faith, some were moments David would have wished he could undo. Together they formed the real life of the king. And perhaps that is why David's story has endured with such unusual force. People recognize the contrast: faith and failure, courage and fear, mercy and judgment, calling and consequence, victory and grief. The Bible does not say that faith removes this complexity from human life. David's story says that faith must operate inside it. When he was afraid, David had to decide where to place trust. When he was angry, he had to decide whether to take vengeance. When he was powerful, he had to decide whether boundaries still applied to him. When he sinned, he had to decide whether to defend himself or confess. When he lost Absalom, he had to grieve as both father and king. When he grew old, he had to accept that someone else would continue what he began. That final lesson is easy to overlook. David spent much of his life becoming warrior, becoming leader, becoming king. But the end required letting go. The temple would be Solomon's project. The throne would be Solomon's. The next generation would make its own choices. David could prepare, he could instruct, he could pray, but he could not remain forever at the center of the story. No faithful leader can. And so the shepherd's journey finally reached its end. The young man, once forgotten in the fields, had become a name remembered across generations. The boy who approached Goliath with a sling became the king whose military victories reshaped Israel. The fugitive who refused to murder Saul established a dynasty. The sinner confronted by Nathan became a lasting image of repentance. The grieving father who cried for Absalom became a warning about the cost of disorder within a family. The musician became a voice associated with Israel's worship. The king who wanted to build the temple prepared the way for his son to build it. And the royal promise given to David became part of the biblical hope that eventually reached far beyond David himself. If this complete story leaves one final image, perhaps it should not be David standing over Goliath. That moment is unforgettable, but it is not the whole man. Perhaps the better image is the old king looking toward a future he would not personally enter. The throne had passed to Solomon. The materials for the temple were ready. The people had been gathered. The promise remained. David could go no farther. And that was enough, because the biblical story had never depended on David living forever. It depended on the faithfulness of the one who had called him from the sheepfold in the first place. David's reign ended. His dynasty entered history. His failures became warnings. His songs became prayers. His city became a symbol. His covenant became hope. And generations later, people still waited for the son of David. The shepherd died, but the promise moved forward. If you followed David's journey from Bethlehem to Jerusalem, tell us which biblical figure or book you would like to see explored next in a complete documentary. Subscribe to continue the complete Bible story series and follow the next chapter as Solomon inherits the kingdom David spent a lifetime building. Because David's final achievement was not that he held the throne forever, it was that when his life ended, the story was still moving, and the promise had not ended with the king.